Calling to order Historic Landmarks Commission, December 17th, 2025. Let's start with a roll call vote. A roll call vote. A roll call.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll begin with Chair Grumbine.
Present.
Vice Chair Uli.
Present.
Commissioner Butler.
Here.
Commissioner Dorden.
Here.
Commissioner Drury is not here. Commissioner Ensberg.
Present.
Commissioner Lenvik is here. Commissioner Lodge.
Here.
Commissioner McClure.
Here.
We have quorum. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, let's go on to item A, under general business for public comment. Any member of the public may address the commission for up to 2 minutes on any subject within our jurisdiction that is not on our current agenda. So does anyone want to speak to us about something that's not on the agenda today?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. At this time, I don't have any speaker slips for in-person public comment under general, though if anyone in the audience would like to speak under general, you can approach the podium at this time. I'd also like to remind the audience that if anyone is here to speak on a specific item on this agenda, that you can fill out a speaker slip that's on that pink clipboard along that wall and bring it up to me, and I'll call your name during that item. But since no one is coming up to the podium, I will move to virtual, where we don't have anyone online with us, and we did not receive any written correspondence, so I'll give it back to you.
All right, thank you. All right, let's go on to item B, approval of the minutes of the Historic Landmarks Commission meeting of December 3rd, 2025.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Under discussion and any edits?
Thank you.
Commissioner Ansberg.
Thank you, Chair. Is this the one where we did the single-family design review? I meant to print them out, but I was having technical problems with my, yeah.
I think so.
I can tell you.
I think this is the one that we had the,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
First item.
yes.
First
Yeah,
item.
just a minor thing. Could we add, would it be all right to add somewhere in there about just emphasizing the good neighbor, I think maybe number 5, good neighbor policy. We did mention that and just want to reemphasize the importance of good neighbor policy.
Neighborhood compatibility. So in the massing and design direction for the neighborhood compatibility and development to help set expectations was so.
And adherence to or reference to good neighbor policy, following good neighbor policy.
Yeah, and I guess, do we have terminology of good neighbor policy as part of, it would be nice to, we have guidelines that have guidance that is good neighbor guidance.
Yeah, I think that's the,
But
I think.
I want to make sure we're using.
Use the right word.
Yeah, using the right word for that in terms of what we were talking about, yeah.
Because this sort of talks about the, what the public is expectations, but we also did speak about, the responsibility of the applicant and the designers to follow good neighbor policy. So
Mr. Chair.
to hit both sides
Vice
of the
Chair.
equation.
Vice Chair.
If it was part of our discussion, maybe staff can just check the tape, and if it was,
Yeah.
then include that matter otherwise.
My understanding of the comment was, that was brought up, but somebody followed it up by saying that the good neighbor guidelines were implied within or not implied, but included within the compatibility guidelines, and so then it was like
It specifically
implied.
didn't, yeah. I remember us
So
talking.
it was like, okay, well, yeah, that's included in that. So that's why I didn't include it individually, but I can, if you want to word it in a specific way, I can include it in the comment.
Yeah, I'm wondering if, maybe something like design guidelines that include good neighbor.
Maybe, what about the suggestion at the end there, just say direction for neighborhood compatibility and good neighbor policy, just adding those words.
Good neighbor policy
adherence.
as shown in the design guidelines, or because it is specifically talked
As
about
referenced
in that way,
or something?
as referenced in the
Okay. Thank you, I would
Okay.
appreciate that.
Yep, I think that makes sense.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you, and I do understand why it was done this way, so I just want to emphasize that aspect. Thank you.
All right. Other edits?
How does she close the sentence?
Oh,
Because we're not developing guidelines, they already exist.
As referenced in the good neighbor guidelines policy,
Just take the word development out.
and then period.
Oh, yeah, just take the word development out. Yeah, I think that might work.
Good
Let's see what that
policy shall
looks like without
guidelines
development.
To help set expectations.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, okay, great. Great.
But we're adding good neighbor policy in there someplace, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's there.
She just did,
Where?
right
Oh.
there.
For neighborhood compatibility and good neighbor policies as shown.
Oh, yeah,
as
okay.
help set
Thank you.
expectations. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Way to go, team. All right. All right, any other edits before we move on? Or before we have a vote on the minutes? All right, let's have a roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll begin with Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Here.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Oh, yeah,
yes
sorry.
or no?
Commissioner Drury, yes or,
We're doing that.
yes or no for the minutes?
Yes.
okay.
Also here.
That's true.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Vice Chair Uli,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right. On to item C, approval of the minutes of Historic Landmarks Commission consent meeting on December 3rd, 2025.
Motion to approve?
Second.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Drury, for a second. All right, so under discussion, is there any discussion, edits, or anything else? Questions? All right, seeing none, let's have a roll call vote for the approval of the consent hearing minutes.
Thank you. I'll begin with Commissioner Drury,
Aye.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Vice Chair Uli,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right. On to item D, ratification of action taken on the consent calendar of December 17th, 2025.
Motion to ratify?
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
All right. And great, and now we'll go to staff for the consent calendar today.
Thank you. Item A was 524 Chapala Street, which received project design approval and final approval with the project compatibility findings. Item B received final approval as submitted with the comment that the plans demonstrate substantial conformance to the plans that received project design approval on August 13th, 2025. And that was it for consent.
All right, great. Anything on that before we vote? Okay, let's have a roll call vote.
Thank you. I'll
Yes, no problem.
Your public comment was for 518 North Milpas, correct?
No, 524, what is?
Oh, so that item was heard this morning at the consent hearing. We won't be opening public comment specifically for that item because the hearing, it was already held. This is just to ratify the action that was made at that hearing. Yes, it was at the 11 o'clock.
We didn't get notified that. They told me we'd be here at 1:30.
So
We gotta have communication.
through the chair, to clarify to the member of the public, that item was not publicly noticed. It did not receive a public notice. It did not trigger a public notice. If you received an agenda, it would have said 11 a.m. That is the time on the consent agenda. Those motions are only ratified at the full commission hearing. So the opportunity for public comment unfortunately has passed for that item.
So could, just to staff, could we, it would make sense that, and I think sometimes has happened this way, where there's been our general public comment would be the
Yes.
spot where someone could speak on it because it already happened in the past, but it,
Correct. To the chair's discretion, you can reopen general public comment to allow someone to speak
yeah.
on an item.
Okay, so I think that's what we'll do. We'll put this on hold, and then we'll reopen public comment so that you can speak on it, and then we'll come back to it and close public comment on that.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so we'll, put this on hold, close this item, and then come on up. And then we'll reopen public comment, and then if you can introduce yourself, and then afterwards you can fill out the slip for your name and all that stuff for
Make sure the microphone's on.
record. And you'll have 2 minutes, so, all right.
My name Roderick Murray. I'm the pastor of Friendship Missionary Baptist Church, just behind the car wash. And our issue and concern was that property that exists there could be church property, and it should be. So we trying to find out, how did that change?
So-
When did that change?
I'm so sorry. I'm
Hold on,
going
sorry.
to take a moment. You are, the item you do want to speak on is 518 North Milpas, not 524 Chapala.
okay.
So that will come later in the hearing. So you have not missed that public comment period.
Okay. I'm new at this.
No problem.
Preacher, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. You will have, yes, you'll have
So
another
I'll get
opportunity.
another chance.
Yes, yes.
Yes,
Thank you.
We're not going anywhere.
yeah, no,
You'll
that's
get a
great.
better chance, actually.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, now we're going to close public comment. And then back to the commission for, we were
Taking a vote.
taking a vote for ratification of the consent calendar from today.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll begin with Commissioner Lindvik,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Vice Chair Uli,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, great. So now we're on to item E, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals.
So there is only one staff announcement today, and that is Commissioner Drury's last hearing as
What?
he is retiring. And
I was late for my own funeral.
we have a resolution of recognition for him that I'll turn over to Chair Grumbine to
Oh,
read
my
aloud.
goodness.
All right, thank you.
It's multiple pages.
Yes, this one's,
Multiple
chapter 1.
Chapter 1.
All right. This is a resolution of recognition for Michael Drury. Whereas Michael Drury had dedicated his career making significant artistic contributions to Santa Barbara as a painter, and whereas Michael Drury served with a keen eye for color and poetry on the City of Santa Barbara's Historic Landmarks Commission from 2008 to 2025, and whereas Michael Drury saved El Pueblo Viejo Landmark District from numerous unsightly signs through his invaluable service on the sign committee from 2016 to 2025. Whereas Michael Drury consistently demonstrated his commitment to the beauty and heritage of the city by applying quality design standards to the treasured historic resources, buildings, and landscapes of Santa Barbara. Now therefore be it resolved that the City of Santa Barbara Historic Landmarks Commission hereby recognizes and honors Michael Drury for his exceptional contributions to the community and to the preservation of the city's architectural legacy.
Well, thank you very much.
In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand to be affixed this day, December 17th, 2025. Thank you
Oh, my
very
goodness.
much.
Well,
for
thank
your
you.
service.
Much appreciated.
Thank you so much. Oh,
Michael.
all right.
Whereas I'm quite honored to be in this august body, I must say, give me a minute or two, if you will.
Yes, please.
I came in because of Don Sharp, and Steve Howes was sort of my trainer. And the first meeting, I was sitting in one of these chairs, and I pressed the lever, and it shrank. So I was about head high off the table for the whole meeting, a little bit closer. And that was how my career started on the HLC. I'm so honored to be in the presence of all of you and the members who've gone on before us, like Don Sharp. Bill Mahan was one of my Irish Confederates, and we sat at that end of the table. They actually had to move us apart because we were talking underneath the microphone, always. But I'm very honored. Thank you very much. I appreciate this. I expect to be a gadfly at times.
Yeah. We hope that you will.
And I have an announcement to make for myself. I have to leave after the last agenda item. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, good.
So like 7:30, 8 o'clock at night.
Great, so.
No, I'm sure it won't be. All right. Well, thank you, and thank you so much for basically 2 decades of service.
Of inspiration.
Yes.
Second half of my life in this building.
Yeah, it's been great. Thank you. All right. Any other announcements? Who wants to follow that? All right. All right, let's go on to item F, subcommittee reports.
Nothing from designations.
Mr. Chair, I have a
Commissioner
question.
Jordan.
And this involves signs. I've had several people approach me with a question regarding a sign that appears on the Sanctuary Center on Anapamu, and who they can speak to about that sign, if they have concerns.
So sign, any concerns about sign code violations can be submitted through our enforcement,
The website?
yes, through the code compliance page on our city
That-
website.
That
So
answers my question.
yes,
Thank you.
and then I believe, I don't know if the new sign ordinance has been adopted, but once the new sign ordinance is adopted, then they'll be able to go full force on enforcement.
Gotcha.
Complaints.com.
I'll make my last comment if I may, Mr.
Yes, please, Commissioner Drury.
As far as I know, the Delegator Design Group is moribund, so there's nothing further from me on that. Anyway, thank you.
Gotcha. Thank you. All right,
Yes,
Commissioner Ensberg.
Chair Grunbein, I have two things. I attended the Signs Committee, I think, last week, and we reviewed, trying to hold up the precedence of doing a good job on that. There were three of us there, and we reviewed the Lexus dealership, the Frontier Building, and a project for White Hat Business, the White Hat Business over on the building at Coda and Salsa Puedes. And it was very interesting. There was a lot to talk about. It's not easy. It's not easy. So that happened. And then also on the State Street Interim Working Group, just to report to everyone, thank you for the help at our last hearing where we talked about the planting on the 1200 block. And that planting has now occurred. And so I would urge all of you to go over and have a look and keep an eye on it. I don't know if you guys have, Charles, you want to?
I went
Clear.
there this morning and I walked it, and it's all in. And I have some criticisms, but I think we should just let it grow. The sign that describes what's planted is very cheap looking. It's a little 1x2 wood with a little sandwich plastic, like 8.5 by 11. It just doesn't look very professional, but we did ask, what does it look like? And we never really got an answer, so that's kind of what we get. But I guess we'll just let it.
Yeah, and as a pilot thing, we can also give some feedback as we go as well, and see, they might want to tweak some things as part of it too, so, and with the State Street Interim Working Group, so.
And there isn't anything further to report from on the West Figueroa Paseo, but I know that it's somewhere.
It's being worked on.
Yes.
Okay.
So we'll keep asking, and hopefully maybe in 2026 we will get some action going on.
Yeah.
Yay, there's 30.
Thank you.
Nope, let's stay positive. All right. Any other subcommittee reports? Good. All right. Let's go on to, we're only 5 minutes behind. Let's go on to item 1, the new item for concept review. This is 16 through 20 West Cannon Perdido. And this is located in Pueblo Viejo, Landmark District. Proposal to convert an existing office building into a 9-unit hotel. Exterior alterations, including conversion of 520 square feet of interior space into exterior space, accessibility improvements, and new doors, windows, lighting, paint, and mechanical equipment. No final appealable action will take place at this meeting. Project compatibility findings will be required for project design approval. All right, so with that, welcome. If you could introduce yourself for the record, and then we'll go to staff. Who's I can't see because she's behind the speaker. And then you'll have 15 minutes to present.
I'm Jessie Finicum Schwartz with Anna Kappa Architecture.
Okay, welcome. All right, so to staff, is there any?
No announcements from staff at this time.
All right. All right, take us through your project, please.
All right. Well, thank you for your time this afternoon, I guess. This is a pretty convoluted building. I don't know if you guys had an opportunity to look through it much yet, but I'm going to start in on our survey just to walk through some of the ground basics. This is a completely existing structure that is partially under the Chapala parking lot number 2, and is independently owned. And it's actually 2 parcels that we are merging as a part of this project. It's been a bank for quite some years, and important to note is along this face here is a paseo, city paseo, and an existing city-owned planter all along this face here that we'll reference a few times. Additionally, the structure goes over top of the sidewalk here and creates a little arcade area.
It is a touchscreen if that helps.
Yeah.
It might. So this is the current footprint of the building, and there are, as you can see, that planter with some trees along the paseo that is not a part of our parcel. Our building is lot line to lot line, and there are some little niches cut into the building currently that we're going to be working with in the proposed project. Oop, didn't quite get that. The biggest portion of the work that is exterior and visible is that there's a small ATM niche back here that we're going to be infilling with new work. There is a recessed door here that we're going to be replacing. There are a series of windows along this planter that we were talking about that we're going to be removing and creating an open-air walkway with. And then on the main street frontage down here, we'll be replacing storefront, creating a new access pathway, and redoing this kind of main entrance door that's at this angle. Here's our proposed plan, and as you can see, our building face is still consistent across that. We've opened up a small area here to create a new walkway. We had a huge shear wall that we can't mess with because of the parking garage, so we had to jog our walkway a little bit for ADA. And then our open air walkway continues through here. We're putting security gates into this location to kind of keep it's a little bit quiet back there. We don't want anyone occupying it that's not a guest. Just to note that we do have existing mechanical units on the floor above. We do own that airspace. We're not removing any parapets, changing any parapets, removing any screen walls. We will be replacing those units in situ, basically, once MEP is involved in the project. This is our Canon Perdido Street elevation. I'm going to zoom out so you can see the side-by-sides of those. Currently, we have this situation here where we have some storefronts that don't quite align with our lovely archways that were established. And a big part of this project is, in order to make these suites, is to clean that up a little bit. We're going to normalize these 2 openings a lot more, so it's very uniform. We did the closest we could get with a walkway kind of in that 3rd bay here. We're proposing to paint the structure on this level and then the 2nd level up in a slightly darker off-white. So I have some examples of the colors we've been studying so far back here. And the objective is that as a guest situation, we want it to be really clear that you're not going into the parking garage for the guests. This is the paseo elevation. You can see on the bottom all of the existing openings to the building. And it gets a little tricky in here because the 2nd floor is owned by the city parking lot. So we literally, under this grid line here, that is our space up until here. Everything above it, the railings, those decorative little elements, are part of the city parking garage, and we're proposing to paint that for the city in order to just kind of clean up the color scheme and differentiate the parking lot and the slot. And then you can see as well, we're also would like to try to introduce a little sandstone accent instead of a paint contrast on those little footers, just to make it a little more charming. This is a fun elevation on number 4 over here on the left. Our structure only shows this much past the city parking garage tower, so we're just kind of indicating that's where the paint would stop. So that mass would be separated and individuated from ours. And then on the other side, where the curved stair into the parking lot goes, we're filling in this little niche that was an ATM, and similarly just painting up to the face where the building of the parking garage continues on. And then we've included these two elevations. These are the breezeway that we're proposing. So the one on the top of the page is the new openings tied to the archways that we saw on Canon Perdido Street, and then moving back through the building and creating the new tenant openings for the hotel here. We are proposing divide lights with clear stories on those, and we want them to be as high as possible because there's no opportunity for any window but that one in each unit. And that is pretty much everything. We did provide some general look and feel images early on we wanted a Spanish-style lighting, but a little simpler than what's on the building today to just kind of separate it again from the parking garage. Looking at some Barber sandstone accents, and then adding some new recessed lighting because it is pretty dark over there right now. So along those walkways, we'd have cans as well as pendants. And then we are going to replace some bike racks that are existing on site. I believe we have to swap out this spec, though, because it is EPV. And then with that, any questions?
Great. Okay. So if that concludes your presentation, then we'll go to public comment. So any public comment on this item?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. At this time, I don't have any speaker slips for public comment for this item, though if anyone would like to speak, you can approach the podium at this time. But I'm not seeing any movement. We do not have anyone online with us at this time, and we did not receive any written correspondence for this item, so I'm going to give it back to you.
All right. So to the commission for questions. Any questions on this item?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Drury.
how close is that project to the one that we saw 2 weeks ago?
Right across the Paseo.
It's next to it.
And I don't know if we have anything,
You go to the site plan.
yeah, site plan wise that we can see.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Mm-hmm.
When I look at the exterior elevations, I don't see the window wall that's
Maybe your survey.
facing the Paseo.
Oh, yeah, can you go to your survey, actually?
Because it shows better.
8202, I guess, would be.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay, that's, yeah. When I look at your elevation on sheet 8202, I don't know what is behind that open to beyond. What's beyond that open to beyond?
Yes, that was actually the final elevation sheet that we looked at. We showed it as open to beyond because it was very confusing to staff to see the windows beyond, and then they thought we were putting windows in the openings
So where
early
do I
on.
see it?
So can you show us in plan where?
It's easier to understand the plan.
Okay. Well, these are the elevations of those openings.
That's what you see beyond.
This section.
There's a section through it,
Yeah,
Yep.
Through the passage.
through the corridor.
Correct.
So that is glass and mullions and muttons.
Correct.
It's a Christmas theme.
Oh, my.
Oh, my. All right, thank you. That's good to know. So you are, what is the glass? Is it transparent?
Yes, it would be transparent, and we'll be installing blackout shades and curtains behind in the interiors of the units so that people can close them when they're.
So any gaps in there, people can look in.
Well, it will be a privately accessed walkway. If you're in what isn't very apparent here is probably that,
I'll go back to 8202 again.
yeah, there's a large planter right in front of all of those openings.
What's there?
There's a large planter right in front of all of those openings. So if you see this band right here, That is a planter across the entire face, and the floor of the building is lower for the most part than that. So you're going to have quite a bit of planting screening those openings, a walkway, and then a curtained window. The bed areas of the suites are all far, far in the back, so people who are sleeping would never be visible. It'd only be if you're out in the common, like, seating area.
And can you go to site photos to see that a little bit as well? And maybe zoom in and kind of.
This is the context.
So just confirming what the design is. So where the current plane of the windows are, that's going to be open hall, covered, and then you're setting everything else back a whole hallway width.
Correct. It'll be back considerably for ADA clearances.
Okay.
So someone could hop onto the planter and get into that corridor.
They could.
You could. Well, that's not my problem.
That's true.
I'm concerned with architecture, right?
That's right. The architecture looks good. A question about the spec. Is this steel doors and windows? Is this wood clad, aluminum clad? What is the?
We
what are
would
you
like to
planning?
use solid wood doors for the doors. We haven't quite resolved where we're going to land budget-wise with either a clad aluminum for the windows or a steel, but we want it to look as much like steel as possible, just in
Got it.
keeping with EPV.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner McClure.
I don't understand, I've parked in this parking lot many times entering off Canon Perdido, and I don't understand how there's parking in the building. There is?
Not in this building explicitly, no. We are in the 100% zone of benefit and are exempt from parking requirements on our parcel. Basically, the parking lot entry, as you can see, is right here. And there are two spots right here above a portion of the structure, and then there's that wall back there. That's really where the actual parking
Also,
garage
your
starts.
elevation made it seem like they were parking in the building, but that was beyond? I see, okay, thank you.
Okay. Other questions?
yes.
Commissioner Jordan?
A couple of quick questions. One is a question about security, and I think if we look at A101, your floor plan, what I'd like to know is where the security is. In other words, could anybody walk through that portico on Canon Perdido and then down and along that corridor?
The Canon Perdido access along here has to be open, but we have a gate set in right here. So we're kind of setting it back from the
Okay.
sidewalk a
A
little bit on
security
this
gate.
end, a security gate that requires a code, and then there's no entrances into the units on there. There's only entrance into our laundry space, which will be locked. And then we're also going to propose a security gate down here. So that walkway, you would have to bushwhack over the planter and through if you're wanting to get into there.
Okay, next question. Currently, on the Canon Perdido side elevation, there is a tile base to those windows. What is the future of that tile?
Well, we would like that to be a Santa Barbara sandstone.
Okay, okay.
All right. Other questions? Commissioner McClure?
Mr. Chair, where do you envision the signage to go? Will there be a sign, or is this a very stealthy thing, or?
We aren't into signage design yet or branding at all on this structure as of yet, so I can't quite answer that to you. Currently, there are quite a few signs directly on Canon Perdido for this structure, and I imagine they would be utilizing the same locations.
Thank you.
There's a couple of flagpoles and a wall-mounted sign right out there.
All right. Commissioner Ensberg?
Could we go back to the, or zoom out on this plan so we can, I'm just trying to, as you say, it's, or maybe the overall, so we can see the Music Academy building,
Barrow.
the 901.
Survey.
Yeah, the survey. It's next to it where that archway is. Okay. Okay.
The Music Academy building
Yeah.
is right here. And they have a little patio situation out here.
And is this like an only musicians space?
And then, okay, then go back to the plan that you were at before, please.
Look at that bed right there in that space.
Like that.
How does that work?
Got to jump.
Okay.
Got to jump.
So this is oriented the same way, right, as that previous one?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And there we see that.
This is the archway
Right.
that touches the Music
Right.
Academy across that alleyway.
Uh-huh. Okay, so then you have the arcade over there on Canon Perdido, and that's just a walk through for the public. And then when you want to go to this hotel, you would go down the Paseo all the way to the far left.
There's a gate right here off of Green Line F and 1.
Oh, okay.
There's a little, it's tucked back and there's ADA clearances make it hard to see, but
Yeah.
it's in there.
So they can come there and then they would go around, or they can go down to the other end.
Correct.
Okay, I understand now. Okay, thank you.
I have one other question.
Commissioner Lundvik.
The rooftop equipment is located on the third level or the second level?
The rooftop equipment is located on the second level, so there's this pitched roof, and then there's a little cutout.
So anybody in those cars there or whatever will be able to look at the equipment?
Yes, but there's currently screened fencing there that covers the existing equipment.
And the existing equipment is where that is right now?
Correct.
All right. Yeah, Commissioner Butler.
I have a question. I know the pitch of the
It's
roof.
a nice Paseo.
Now, in the elevations,
Paseo.
it parallels the roof of the building next to
The
it.
Music Academy.
Can we just see, you've got a, and I'm just wondering, yeah, right there, go back another, well, there, that's fine. It just seems like a lot of roof, but. One other question. So
But
no
that's-
cars.
But that's existing, right?
That's existing,
Yeah.
right. So that's, I guess that was the point of that. So just to confirm, question, no car parking,
No parking.
no bike parking.
We are providing a long-term bike parking space in the structure. We are asking for a waiver and paying a fee to eliminate short-term bike parking for the project. There are 2 existing bike racks that we're going to replace as a part of the project.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
One other
Commissioner Ansberg?
question. Maybe we can go back and forth with the photos. I'm trying to understand the color. So maybe you could run us through that again and by showing us the existing photographs.
Okay. Currently, the entire structure is painted this off-white with these kind of pink accents all around it, surrounding. And what we'd like to do is propose that we just use a little bit of a contrast shade to designate our area for the hotel versus the parking lot.
So
Which is that the color on the upper left?
the option 1
That's sort
body
of-
there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we were talking about doing a little Santa Barbara sandstone base where these column bump outs are protruding in order to kind of clean that up and make it a little more distinct as well.
Yeah.
But we would still, there would still be the rest of the parking. Maybe go back to your
City TV, you
image,
could take a shot of this color.
the
scheme.
elevations, so we can see how much of the existing parking garage would remain, and then how much would get changed for the project as you're proposing it.
Oh, doesn't like that number.
There we go. All right, so this is the main. All right, thank you, City TV.
Okay. So is that color in the upper left, is that intended to be existing, and then this sort of potato skin color is the one you're,
Yes, the color on the upper left is the existing color. That's a big mass change in the building today, which is why we kind of drew the line there. And then as we come around the corner, there's a substantial amount of parking garage back here that keeps going that would still be the original color as well. So we're really just trying to capture that little bump out and accent it a little bit.
And
So
so
it
just to
just-
confirm, you're painting all the upper parking structure too, in this facade?
On this facade, correct.
So at that right corner, it would change from this color to the white, at the right side?
Yes, where the parking garage steps
Yeah, so
back.
then that would be white, and this would be this, and then here, this wraps around to that, the parking garage double height.
Let me flip to the next sheet there. So you
Yeah,
only end up
okay.
with like
I
this
see.
little bump out here, and then this mass is pretty proud of everything else for the parking garage. It goes on quite a ways to farther down the
I
street.
get it. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Levick?
Yeah, why would you change the current colors that are on the exterior of the building?
Well, we just wanted to differentiate our guest experience from the parking garage experience. It doesn't feel great to go over there and think you're staying in a parking garage, and they're not the same building.
I'm not sure that the parking garage is an experience that people will recognize. I think that the paseo and the street frontage, Canopy street frontage, are what they will experience. The parking garage is up there out of the way.
Yeah.
And,
Question mark?
well, it's a question, is the parking garage up out of the way? You know, I think, anyway. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
So, yeah, Commissioner Jordan, we'll keep on questions, and we'll.
Yeah, questions. Just for clarification's purposes, there's no net loss of parking in the parking garage, correct?
Correct. We are not affecting the parking garage in any way other
In
than
any way.
paint.
Okay. And sheet A701 had a door and window schedule and some examples of the doors that you were thinking about. It was towards the end, I think it was one of the very last ones. Yeah.
So this is our door and window schedule. These are the existing openings.
Right.
And then storefront legend. So we are hoping to add mullions, but drawings haven't quite caught up to us with the
I
elevations.
thought the pack we had some photos of projected or proposed doors. That's what I was curious to see.
We
Yeah,
had,
those.
we had this, again, that just doesn't have quite the mullions that we're looking for. The elevation would dictate on that, but.
Okay.
All right, any other questions, and then we can jump into
Question?
comments.
Your light is on. Oh.
All right, any other
Oh,
questions?
I have one other question, which is about the landscape that belongs to the city. That would be very nice to get some nice landscape. How are you going to do that?
We would love to work with the city on improving that landscape, and the owner is currently trying to negotiate how we can get that done.
Would you let us know? Thank
Well,
you.
it also seems like that could be something that we can include as one of our comments, that HLC would like to see a landscape plan as part of this, and part of this design, so it all is integrated. Okay, yeah, encourage. Okay, I think we're about ready to roll into comments, if we're, okay, who wants to kick us off? Commissioner Jordan?
Comment. And again, just for clarity's purpose, that shows a bike rack, and you've already acknowledged, but just for on the record, you know that bike rack doesn't work. Okay.
Yes, that was
Okay.
the ABR bike rack.
And
It looks like it doesn't quite complete as a proper circle. Is that?
It's very sculptural.
Does it know that?
And my other quick comment is, I hope that as you develop the details, the doors are less modern looking and more appropriate for the EPV. Those look like they could be in any hotel in Fresno or Bakersfield or anywhere. And they're just very sleek and modern.
Yep, good comment. All right, Vice Chair Uli?
I'll take a stab. Generally supportive of the idea. However, I think that you probably should consider some kind of wrought iron grill to close the openings from the paseo into the private hallway if and indeed it's supposed to be secure. And if that's the case, be prepared to show us what you expect that to look like.
Good point. Okay, who wants to chime in as well?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Commissioner Drury.
I think that Commissioner Dooley's comments would go for the window opening as well, throughout the outdoor architecture. I mean, that outward skin of the project should be more like Paseo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
EPP. And actually, maybe I'll turn it to a question on that. And were those things, obviously, well, I'll preface it with a comment. So obviously, this is sort of heart of downtown. So it's as downtown living as you get. In general, part of my argumentation on, like, this is why when you have the most public zones with the most public areas and interactions on ground floor with residential or hotel or whatever, it is creating this natural difficulty of very public and most private in the same place. So there's always a tension there, and it's tricky to get it to work, and it makes more sense as a more public. Now, that being said, it's not that it can't. It's just that you just have natural challenges in those things. So along those lines, have you thought of things like wrought iron, other ways of giving it a little bit more of a physically, obviously the planter helps to some degree, and if you plant bougainvillea, you're probably going to be in pretty good shape. Because yeah, or cacti or things like that, you probably will be in better shape because it'll naturally prevent it. But were there other thoughts and considerations as you were trying to work through this design solution along those lines?
We have discussed it with the client. It is a possibility. I don't think we would want to do any full-height wrought iron.
Yeah.
We
Or
try not to make it feel like a jail.
Yeah, yep.
We need the light and we need the air because of the nature of the structure. So we want it to be really open, but we're not adverse to security for sure.
Okay, great. I just wanted to see on that. Yeah, because it could be even partial height and very decorative. It could look, much more like a artwork as opposed to, iron and art. All right, Commissioner Lenvik?
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Ensberg.
I really think that the current paint scheme, where they border the arches and the windows and whatever with another color than white, adds something to a relatively bland building. And I think if you went all one color, we're going to be losing that the finesse or whatever that we get out of the paint colors that are accentuating the architectural elements on the building. And I'm guessing, although I didn't pay attention today when I was down there, that the paint colors that are around these openings probably continues on down Canon Perdido and maybe turns the corner and goes up Japala Street as well. So you can't go and divorce yourself, I think, from the balance of the building by painting out the exterior elevations. And I think you really got to look at it from the standpoint of what do you see as you walk down the paseo that adds or enhances the architecture.
So I'm trying to understand where you're going with it. So are you saying that having a different color on that whole mass or portions of that mass you're against it, or you're for it?
Yeah, I think what's happening.
City TV, if you could.
What's happening now is a good solution to what is basically a bland building, I guess.
Oh, I guess they're off. Yeah,
And I feel that losing that on one corner of this larger building would be unfortunate. I would really strongly recommend that the current color arrangement be maintained.
Okay, I would agree with that. So let's discuss that in terms of, because this seems at least the first topic of potential agreement or disagreement, I should say, because agreement, I think so far everyone's kind of been on board. So I guess part of my question would be like, in terms of changing colors, and you can kind of see around the room, not there's color here, but if you, the change in mass, like if you have like the arcade or something like that, where there's a massing differential and there's a step and a seam in the wall, that becomes an opportunity to like change a portion of the massing to be a different color, and it kind of feels like it's a village and it's telling a story of different masses. But one of the problematic questions becomes if it's just wrapping the corner, if it's turning a corner, where do you start and stop with that paint color, right? And if you have natural massings that allow for that, great. But if you don't, if you have continuous massings of some way, and then you just say, well, at the 10 feet around this corner, I'm going to just stop the color and change, it starts to feel weird. So that's just sort of a comment, but I would guess, and then rolling into the question of, so where were you thinking of, like, where exactly does this color change, or how does this change? And have you thought through that scheme? So it's not just like a very modern treatment, it's just a change at the, turning a corner or, whatever, but more traditional architecture is about like changing at a jog in the wall.
Sorry about that. It's a pretty straightforward bump out to the building right now, so that's why we were thinking this would be an appropriate solution. There's one mass here that is very tall and clearly differentiated from our low roof structure. And then from this line over, the parking garage continues on here. So it is a little push out on the building.
So can you hover over the new colored portion, like trace it? Yeah.
That would be here.
So it's starting at the intersection, there's a wall that is just not shown here?
Inside corner.
And there, yes.
Okay, got it.
And it would end at this roof. So it's very much a little plop-on kind of space to the building.
Okay,
Makes some sense.
yeah, okay, Commissioner
Can I
Ginsburg.
add to that? Well, can I make my comments and also
Yeah,
add to
sure.
that? I want to say that I think that this is going in a really good direction. And I think, and I agree with others who have said about the windows less modern and wrought iron grill. And I would really urge you to, go more, it could be lower, but more decorative, way more decorative, not just, pickets, something really, more curly. And I think that poetic. And that, I think that will really help, and then encourage working with the city for the landscaping to help this layering that we always, between public and private, the sequence of that. And I think that could really help. And then as far as this whole painting issue, I understand and totally get what you're trying to do. This is a separate, they own this building, and it's completely separate, but it's not, from the parking garage. And so I think that I like the approach of doing something completely different with it. I don't know if it should go all the way up. Maybe it should just be that pop out. And I appreciate what Commissioner Lenvik was saying about, how do you deal with these arches? But it doesn't have to be paint. It could be tile. You could do something, look at like some of Mr. Shelton's projects where they have tile around these arches, and really you could do something really bold that and decorative that could go with this wrought iron that could really set this totally apart than just doing paint. So I just would study that further and suggest that you think about those, elements like that. And I think it's fine, because to make it be completely different, you don't want to have to be dealing with the Chapala Street side. There's arches there, yes, but that's a whole different gig over there. And you're just trying to take this little kind of jewel thing that's right here and make it be something really interesting.
Commissioner Butler?
I would support Commissioner Inberg's comments strongly. This is a boutique, right? So what is distinctive about a boutique? It doesn't look like a big monstrous hotel. So I completely was headed in the same direction as my colleague. it needs some romance, it's too generic, it looks like it's just, the other thing is, the parking garage next door ain't gonna be there forever. That whole, I know,
Is
I
it?
know,
Wait,
bugger the thought.
you mean their roof? You mean their roof and walls aren't gonna be there forever? Like, what are you saying?
That whole neighborhood is
We're gonna
going
stop
under
driving.
significant change, as you can imagine. So anyway, my comment would be that it is a boutique, make it look like a boutique, make it romantic, make it less generic. Color would be great, tiles would be great. I think you have an opportunity, because it's, you know, it's on you're in downtown Santa Barbara. I mean, this is like the heart of the city. So I'm assuming rooms are going to be a premium because of the location. And so let's make the hotel a premium hotel.
All right. Yep. Sorry, Commissioner Lodge.
Thank you, Chair Grunbein. I concur with Commissioner Ensberg and the other comments that have been made. It's just too sterile the way it is. And I think you can make it much livelier, and there have been a lot of good suggestions. Oh, my goodness, I'm sorry.
No worries. Okay, other,
Apparently, we're all getting a little.
But I
Chair.
turned this off.
Commissioner McClure?
I have one more question. Is this existing office space going to hotel?
Correct. It's been a bank for the past.
You mentioned that.
All right. Any other comments? So this is,
One other.
oh yeah, go ahead.
Also, just in terms of this whole romantic thing, I like those little pendant lights that you have, and that would be another opportunity in that hallway. I think that's where you had them along. Didn't you say you were going to have those repeating with some recessed down lights also? But I think that would be another element that adds this romantic part and throws the light around inside there, that could be really cool. Focus, you know, when you're coming down the street, or maybe you're taking a break from the performance at the Music Academy.
Yep.
You can see it in there. So I
All
just
right.
want to mention the lighting.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
Mr. Chair, if I
Yes,
may.
Commissioner Drury.
Yeah, this project has pretty much carte blanche to get quirky and poetic, and I think you should really take advantage of it. If you walk about half a block or two east toward to Libero, there's lots of opportunities in that language. I'd encourage you to do that.
Okay, so let me try to give a summary here, because this is for, this is not for any appealable action right now, so this is, so we'll give a summary with our comments, and then you can keep working forward. So, and I agree with my fellow commissioners, so I'm not going to add anything to that. I think that they've done a great job outlining, and I agree with them. So I'll try to hit on all those main points, and then we can kind of go from there. So the first comment is that the commission in general is very supportive of this project and thinks it can be a wonderful addition to Santa Barbara downtown, and is excited to see it get developed. Next is for we encourage that applicant to work with the city and encourage the city for the landscape planters to be refreshed and developed as part of this project as well. And so they can be looked at all together. And in general, the commission it would like to see a more developed romance and articulation of the hotel in a more decorative way. Let's put it that way. And a couple of the particular comments are with if you go towards wrought iron as part of the separation of the private hotel space, to do decorative wrought iron, not just simple, and to study that further, and as well as more decorative lighting, and potentially tile work or other things that set it apart from the parking structure and give it its brand and its appearance. So we're very supportive of that and going in that direction. Another comment is for the windows and doors to be either wood or wood-clad or steel, but to have mullions and muntins as appropriate for EPV, with the proper proportions and a proper breakdown of the panes. And then, let's see. Color scheme. So then, as well, I think probably a general comment would be to study the color scheme as well as the decorative scheme of other elements. And we, as a Historical Landmarks Commission, understands the desire and is in agreement with it to accentuate the hotel as separate from the rest of the parking structure, but that it needs to work all together with the other decorative features. So we look forward to additional studies of that. And I would say also that we'll want to see 3D renderings from at least the major corners to see it, how the color scheme comes together, because it is a complex thing with the larger parking structure as part of it. And also the arch that jumps across the buildings as well, and it all kind of needs to work together. So, and I think we mentioned that we were supportive of it in the first comment, but then we know also that project compatibility findings will be required, and that in general this project is meeting our project compatibility findings, but with these additional developments that we see need to happen. Okay, is that fairly well summarized, what everyone's comments?
No motion is required.
I guess it would be a motion for an indefinite continuance with those comments.
Correct.
Motion to continue indefinitely with those comments.
Second.
All right, I heard Commissioner Ensberg quick out of the gate there. That's good. All right, we have a motion and a second under discussion. Any more discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll begin with Commissioner Dorden.
Yes.
Commissioner Drury.
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik.
Yes.
Commissioner McClure.
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Butler.
Yes.
Vice Chair Uli.
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good luck with that.
Good luck. All right, and we are still 5 minutes behind. That's not bad for getting through projects. So we're going to go to item 2. This is for project design approval for 628 State Street, located in EPV. Proposed to construct one 490 square foot building, one 441 square foot building, a trellis, and an outdoor dining area. Project includes the demolition of existing trellises, site walls, fencing, palm trees, and landscaping. The project qualifies for an exemption from further environmental review under Section 15303 of the California Environmental Quality Act. Project design approval is requested. Project compatibility findings are required. The project was last reviewed on October 9th, 2024. So welcome. If you would introduce yourself for the record, we'll go to the minutes from last time, and then any comments from staff, and then you'll have 15 minutes to present. All right. Oh, wait.
Our screen went off.
So we're seeing two different. We're seeing the comments there. Okay, maybe
Ours
we'll
is
do it.
blank.
Is your screen blank?
Our screen's okay. It might have just got a disconnect or something.
You're being censored.
Nope, still blank.
I'll take this moment to grab a quick coffee. Technical break.
Morris Minor. It just stopped for no reason.
Is it? Did it come disconnected down below?
There are a bunch of wires. Yeah, the
No, I never had lawnmower in there.
25, next part, not 60.
Yeah, well,
It's a VRBO.
Thank you, John.
and for,
That's what they're,
and for no particular reason, it would just
It's a
stop.
great way to keep head. Leak oil and stuff.
Yeah. Or the brakes would go out, you hear a little pop and the brake.
Okay, there's a blue light there.
Guess it's
Okay, great.
There we go.
We've had several.
yeah, exactly.
All right.
Isn't the one on,
Technical solution. All right. Well, done. All right. Thank you very much. All right. We'll come back to order here. All right. So let's start with the minute. Oh, we welcome. You can introduce yourself for the record.
Thank you. Kevin Moore, architect for the owner.
All right. And then we'll go to the motion from last time, was to continue indefinitely with the following comments. The commission thanks the architect and applicant for a supportable, nicely done project. They look forward to seeing the project return for project design approval. 2, adjust the rafter tails to be appropriately spaced and profiles. 3, study the cornices and plaster details to make them special. 4, adjust the windows to include muntins and/or the State Street facing window to be a storefront if chosen. 5, ensure the walls are at least 8 inches thick with inset windows, especially the most public-facing walls. 6, study adding more landscape in pots or other forms. 7, ensure the double check valve is adequately screened. The action was by Lenvik, the second was by Drury, 7-0-0. Ensberg and Uli were absent.
And yes,
Motion carried.
And yes.
the answer is yes.
Okay, and they both have watched the footage, and Commissioner Lodge?
I watched it too.
Okay,
also.
great. So we have a full questioning and voting commission. All right, so with that,
And,
then we'll go to staff.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chair, I was asked prior to the hearing to confirm the address for the site, and I did want to confirm that 628 is the correct address, 630 is the building next door, and then across the street, the Fithian building is 629. So just wanted to confirm that the address and parcel number are correct. And with that, I'll turn it back over to the applicant.
Great, thank you. All right, walk us through.
Okay, thank you for having us back. This is probably the smallest new building you've seen in some years. So we've just been working through structural design, civil design, all the various factors coming into this new restaurant building. So we've got a lot more detail to show you, and we can start with the site plan. Okay, so see if we can get the zoom to work. So again, we have State Street on the left side, existing sidewalk. This building and the Habit building share the same property and have the Paseo easement running through it. And this property kind of has a little funny angle here at the back, and then it terminates right adjacent to the Dargan's building right here. So we have our building up front, which is the restaurant building, and the building at the back, which is the restroom and the little office. And again, the idea is that the restaurant building would have a walk-up window to order. Patrons would then circulate through under the covered area to a seating courtyard in the middle that would have a shade trellis. And the hope is that this will feel, sort of somewhat similar to the Habit building. They're sort of sisters in a way, so they're going to be sharing some details, and particularly scale as well. To break it, zoom in on the parts of the project. So State Street again on the left, Paseo here on the bottom. We have a little buffer here, about 9-ish feet, with some chairs and tables out front. Deep recessed window, walls are 8 inches thick up here. And this window is particularly important to the owner to be able to showcase the pizza making, the pizza oven that'll be up front here. So it's nice and large. And again, as people come across here, views into the kitchen there, order window, and then a bar that wraps around the back end of the building. And this will have a folding window system that will be open during operating hours and closed otherwise. In the back, a simple building for restrooms and a little office and janitor closet. In the middle, the trellised outdoor seating area with planter boxes along the perimeter. Elevations wise, here's the appearance from, in a sort of a section form through the Paseo. You see the restaurant building up front here, the trellis in the middle, existing building behind, and then our new little building at the back. This is the remainder of the site walls that are left over from the existing condition. And up front, we just have a very simple wrought iron railing to kind of keep people from moving off the property at that point and onto the property. So people are kind of guided to the order window there and then past the bar. And I guess here's a better, one more zoomed in version of that. So we took the rafter tails. I think we had them at 24 inches on center now. That was a comment from before. We've added some detail to the ends of the beams. We've gone ahead and added divided light to the large windows. And you'll see that on the State Street side as well. And let's see, where's our zoom in of the back building here. Ooh, there it is. The rear building facing the Paseo. Facing Dargan's back here. This is sort of the office location here. Oop. Uh-oh.
It hasn't had enough caffeine.
You can zoom in with touchscreen too.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, try. If that helps.
That's a little more intuitive. Then this is the elevation facing the outdoor seating area. So let's see, we've got sections we're planning on being able to screen the restaurant exhaust fan and makeup air unit with our taller parapets here. We are going to have a condensing unit and other mechanical systems up on this as well, which should be well screened by this front mass and the parapet beyond. And just some project detailing here. And some typical details. These are really picking up on the existing language across the Paseo at the Habit, so very similar in detail. And a typical parapet detail, wrapping the plaster over. And I do want to touch on landscape really quickly. So we are removing some of the existing landscaping, and particularly in the front corner here, just to open that up. But we're proposing pockets along the posts here. And then landscaping, there was comments about providing landscaping up against the existing adjacent building. So we're proposing to do that with potted plants, and as well as some additional landscape pockets along here. All of this is existing over here. So we've got a plant palette here, if I can get it to go. Okay, and I think that I will leave it at that.
All right. Great. Okay, so let's go to public comment now. Seeing a very full room.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Yes, we do not have anyone in the audience with us. So I don't have any speaker slips at this time. We do not have anyone online with us, and we did not receive any written correspondence for this item.
What's everyone doing during Christmas season here? Come on, we're here. You can watch us. All right, then bring it back to. Yes, yep. Thousands. All right, let's go to the commission then for questions.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Drury.
just for orientation's sake, is it between, it's on between Ortega and Coda? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that Paseo goes back to that big parking structure. Okay, thank you.
Question.
Yes, Commissioner Jordan.
You mentioned the Habit building as refer to it almost as a sister. Is there any existing working or professional or commercial relationship between the Habit and this same ownership or?
Well, it's on the same parcel, so it's the same ownership.
Same ownership of the parcel.
But not operations or restaurant, tenant-wise.
Estranged sisters.
Correct.
Can you zoom into the rafter tails there that you have on the screen?
Sure.
Just that you were looking at. And so that was some of the profiles that you were playing off of.
Right, this kind of rounded end and a similar, not exactly the same, but very similar end being in there.
Okay. Great. Okay. Other questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Butler.
Could you go to the office wall that's facing Dargan? I didn't write down the page number. I just have one simple question. You show two windows side by side.
This right here, yeah.
Yeah, they're so close together. Is that functional? Is that for some, anyway?
What's the kind of purpose?
What's with the two windows?
Where they're close together, but they're not joined, but they're also not spread
They're
apart.
co-joined.
Yeah,
Sure.
They're
Anyway.
they're reaching out to hold hands, but they're not quite.
I just
holding
noticed they're
hands.
so close together. What's going on?
I think the intent was to try and bring as much light as we can into the office space because it's a little dark back here. And the operator wants to preserve some area to have a desk, et cetera, along here. We can certainly explore.
Thickening them up a little bit, or
Yeah.
adjusting, or joining them.
I would encourage, yeah, just my question, yes.
Okay. Would you consider
Would you consider studying
the distance
the
between the
window
windows?
placement on the office wall?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Ansberg.
Why do you want to match the Habit?
It seems that it being sort of the closest building with the similar amount of detail and similar use and the way it's used seems to really lend itself to what this project is shooting for. So it's sort of a somewhat pragmatic approach on that, and just to try and bookend this Paseo with similar elements and similar massing. It felt like it was a good approach.
Okay, that makes sense. But they're two separate restaurants. This
Yes.
one's this one, this one's this one, but certainly it has a style that makes sense for the size of it. Are you open to suggestions about how to differentiate the two so they don't both look like the Habit?
Certainly,
Okay.
certainly.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner McClure?
I have a comment.
Oh, okay. Are we all done with questions? All right, kick us off with comments, Commissioner McClure.
Could you show us the order windows again, the order window? It seemed a little benign and not very important to to my untrained eye, but it looks a little fast food-esque.
Well, unfortunately, there's a reason for that.
Because it is.
The health department requires that we provide, if we're going to have an order window, the health department requires that that window be motorized in such a way that it closes after every interaction.
Oh, wow.
So it really limits what
I see.
type of window we can use. So I agree, it's unfortunate. We've really struggled a lot in other projects to try and work around that, but they will not give in.
And then secondly, I would encourage like really tough plantings. And thirdly, I really like that stainless steel cable on some of your blank walls is a great, I really like, everyone seems to really be a fan of that once you get it up, and
Yeah.
it's neat stuff.
Yeah.
In terms of getting the plants to grow on it?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like a grid work of stainless cable.
Okay. I guess since we're on this window, I'll throw another question in about it. So can these windows, can they be joined or pulled apart, and still function with what looks like, 6 inches or less of plaster? Could you get it to, 8 or 10 inches or nothing, like all or nothing? Could you get those mold together with a wood mullion post in between, or separate them enough so that the plaster feels like thick enough to be a load-bearing plaster wall? Masonry.
So they're limited in their kind of dimensions that we can get.
Can
So
you
we-
separate them out or put them together?
We could do either of those. We could get a little more
Okay.
plaster in between, or we could create a wood kind of faux jam
Yeah.
detail.
Yep. Okay, great.
One or the other. Flip
Yeah.
a quarter.
Yep, exactly. Okay, great, that's part of the question, but we're still in comments, so who wants to jump in on comments?
I have a comment. I appreciate the challenge for any applicant is when you're getting lots of suggestions and sorting them out. In terms of the relationship with the habit, I actually like the idea that the two are related in some way because they're the opening into a deeper paseo, which is actually fairly high traffic since it goes back to Dargan's and the Pleb. So you've heard, well, think about differentiating them. Now you're thinking about keeping them related. All I can say is that it opens it up to you. Study both and come back with an argument.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Lenvick.
Yeah, my only comment is, I think the trellis structure feels high, and it's not as low as the existing ones that are on the property now. They're higher. And I'm kind of wondering if that couldn't be brought down into a more human scale than it is right now.
Well, and actually, part of that would be a question first. Do you know how tall they are right now?
Oh, the current?
Yeah, like, as designed right now, like what?
As designed, it's about the same height as this parapet, so 12.6 to the top.
Okay, got it. Okay.
When I look at the photos, it appears that trellis structure that's in that walk right now, and I'm not sure if that's the habits or the
Subject site,
yeah, subject site, but it appears to be lower in that area.
about 8 feet.
Yeah. So that's my comment. It feels high. Am I going to lose sleep over it? I probably won't. Regarding your connection details, detail 3 on A8.12 seems relatively structural, as opposed to maybe a little bit more poetry in how it's made and cut and whatever. Who manufactures?
Simpson.
It's a Simpson, buy off the shelf. I think we can do better than that.
Could take a hammer to it.
Yeah, or whatever, beat the corners, whatever. But I think that connector could be made simpler, made more traditional.
Or hidden altogether.
Or hidden altogether.
Would you-
Knife blade.
Would you prefer hidden?
To what?
Would you prefer hidden?
Well, I don't know, I've driven rebar down before through the trellis and into the post, and they've lasted 40 or 50 years with no problem.
May not meet the code today, but
Yeah, you probably wouldn't meet the.
Might
code.
be fun to do still.
But I don't really care, I just don't like the Simpson look,
So,
Simpson-esque look.
And maybe just as a helpful sort of refinement of those, either it's decorative ironwork look, or it's hidden and looks like it's wood joinery.
I think Simpson makes a black iron decorative one now.
They do, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe that's the solution.
Okay. All right, and other comments?
Yes, Chair.
Yep, Commissioner Innsbruck.
Well, I really support this project. I think it's really perfect. I mean, the scale of it is really nice and all. Yes, it is. I don't dare. Here, let me get closer. Yeah, so I support it, and I think it's appropriate for, how you've detailed it. I think that works. In terms of the architectural, structural elements and all of that, I think it works in terms of the matching part. And I do support the ideas that have already been expressed about the windows, like if they can just be one window. But I do think that they are, I think overall it feels like a good basic. I feel like it needs to have some level of this poetry thing, decorative, something. I mean, maybe that new piece that you have at the corner, maybe the entire thing is covered with tile. Something that really, to add it on to really make it be special. It just feels a little in need of something like that. The windows feel, as was expressed in the last project, a little modern. I think that they could use maybe some more divided lights, or I don't know, something to make them not feel quite so modern. But maybe they would work if you added some other kind of decorative elements, like I was suggesting, maybe a band around the whole thing, or maybe that whole box there at the front is completely covered with tile. Kind of like I'm thinking of the Lucky Penny, where they covered the whole thing with pennies and made it really a groovy thing by doing that. But you could do some kind of, or maybe it's a mural, maybe it's some kind of paint thing, maybe it's like Meridian Studios or some other kind of inspiration. So I would really suggest that you think about, now that you've got all the basics completely covered, in my opinion, how are you going to add something to make it really stand out? Oh, and one last thing is the door to the kitchen. Is that, it just looks like a flat panel door right now. Is there?
I think we would make that like a solid wood door, or have sort of a plank. Yeah.
Maybe V-grooves or something? Okay. Okay, and I think that was, and maybe some, lighting, maybe some, like we were talking on the previous project, some kind of, just get it up to another level of El Pueblo Viejo with the, oh, there you go. So, yeah, those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr.
Mr.
Chair, I
Chair,
have one more.
Commissioner Drury and then Commissioner Leclerc.
Yes. So, in terms of the rafter tails, there's one on the State Street end, but the other one is blunt going toward the parking structure. I think that addition of that detail is really important. I would like to see, or I would suggest, maybe, that end, right.
I think it just got cut
Also
off.
have a little bit of decoration, a little bit of poetry.
It just got cut off. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, so it's there.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Good eye.
Oh, what
It's
an eye.
detail, yeah.
All right. Great. Commissioner Leclerc.
On the overhead structure, the shade structure, is it pretty high because of the scale of the space? Was that your thinking?
I think so, and it's just so it feels a more voluminous.
And is there lighting in it, or?
There will be some lighting. It'll probably be sort of low voltage
That's great.
down lighting.
And then using money other than trading for goods and services is a federal crime. Just, haha, funny. Using pennies as an architectural element.
Lucky
Federal
penny.
crime.
So don't do lucky nickel. If you-
they're obsolete now, so, that might work. No longer federal.
It was just an example.
All right, so don't, officially for the record, public, do not use pennies on walls or anything else.
Don't glue them to your floor.
Yep. All right, any other comments? All right, so I'll just add a few of my own. I agree with what the commission has said so far, and I'll try a shot at summarizing those as well. The only other additional comment I have is that the parapet seems to be a little low and tight, and I see why, because you're transitioning up from that sort of tower element and then down, but it seems doesn't seem quite enough plaster above the roof, and especially probably with flashing and other things, it'll be even less. Maybe you just kind of lift that whole parapet wall up, 6 inches or a foot or whatever, and keeping it below your crown, but at the same time, that might be a good solution. And then, so in some way you're lifting it up, but the other piece is your little stepped piece is cool, and it reminds me of something that would have like either a sloped pyramid on top or a finial on top or a pot on top or something. A pomegranate on top. If it was Jeff Sheldon, it would be an egg. But some feature of some sort, even if it's very simple and just like a squared off pyramid, as it steps up, because it's also calling a little attention to itself. Another way would be to just lose it and step down, but whatever way you go, some little refinement of that would be, I think.
It's a pizza place, right? So it could be a tomato.
Ooh, there you go. That's true. Yeah, it'd be fun. Have some fun with it. Okay, so that was my only additional comment. I think the other comments I can summarize based on what my fellow commissioners have said. Now, this is before us for project design approval, and in looking at the comments, they all seem fairly minor in refinement and the things that we would see for final. So it seems like I didn't hear anything that was not agreeing with it at the project design approval level, and I'm seeing a bunch of nods. So I think that the motion would be for project design approval with the following comments to be addressed for coming back on final, if everyone's in general in agreement. Okay, so I'll take a shot at summarizing. And so first, we thank the applicant and the owner and an applicant for bringing this project before us. It's a very supportable and well-done project and will be a good addition to the city. So thank you for your diligent work on it and bringing us a supportable project. So with additional comments are as the design continues to refine, for the windows to be more traditionally divided with muntins, those that are not. I think that's a sort of simple, a simple comment that kind of addresses a number of the things that we mentioned for those windows that are not subdivided. For the parapet to be raised and refined, for the parapet wall to be raised 6 inches to a foot, and to be refined with decorative elements, and I'll just leave it at that. So that's kind of open. You heard the previous things. For the the distance, so for the window at the walk-up order as well as the office, to have either let's say 10 inches or more of plaster between them, or to be molded together with a dividing post or other such wood feature. For the planting to be, make sure that it's tough and durable planting. For the design concept of being related to but different than the habit seem to be generally supportable, with some suggestions of adding decoration to give some differentiation, such as tile work or other decorative features, to give it a little more differentiation from the habit building across, or not.
Well,
But to study that.
Study it.
Study adding some additional decorative, we'll just leave it at that, because I think there's a lot of ways you could go with it that might work out great, or you might come back with, and you heard what, in general, there was plenty of support for the idea of playing off the habit, but keeping it in the same just design complexity. Another comment was to study lowering the trellis, with it being more to a more human scale, with 12 feet being pretty tall, and to bring it down to a more human scale. The wood trellis. As well, the hardware on the trellis to be either hidden or to be expressed in a more traditional wrought iron decorative manner, appropriate for EPV. Let's see, anything else? Did I miss it? Anything else? Commissioner
Yes,
Hansberg?
Chair. Just to be clear, I'm not sure if I fully understood about the windows. Are we talking about either make it, like in the case in the back, make it one window,
Or
if you want, or increasing the space between them?
putting them together.
So kind of, it seems like there's 3 options, 2 of which are similar. So one option is just spread them apart more, have more plaster. That's pretty straightforward. The other option of combining them together into one opening, then you can do it with a heavier mullion in between as a mold window together, and then trim it out. Or you can do it as a expressed post or a smaller mini post with the 2 windows butted up against it. So those seem to be close options, but you're combining it into one whole unit, or at least one whole opening, whether they're 2 separate units that are molded together, or, so I think that would be the direction would be either combine them together into one opening, or, and detail it out however, either way, or whatever other way you come up with, or pull it apart more to be 10 inches or more apart.
And that's the case for both the window in the rear and also the takeout windows, right?
Yeah,
So, okay.
because that leaves some flexibility for them to see what can
Yeah.
work, and whether that's a little bit further apart or all together.
And then one other minor thing was that the door would be a panel, a
Oh, yes,
plank
good.
door with
That's good.
like a
Yep.
V-groove or something.
So for the door to be more EPV appropriate, either as a plank door or a panel door. And then,
And then just to clarify, pardon my interruption, Mr. Chair, just to clarify the window comment that was added, so it was either combine windows into one opening or separate more, and then on which building or elevation was this?
for both the walk-up order window as well as the office window. In the back, in the rear elevation. And then I would say also, just for the rafter, or not rafter, but the beam end detail that was commented on that has where the roof is, for that to be resolved, I probably will get chopped off in both directions, but for that to be resolved, the corner post with the that to be resolved in an appropriate manner, just as a note. Okay.
Did you also catch the part you were talking about of the little building in the front, like making it more of some kind of decorative element on there?
Oh, yeah, so, and I was trying to capture it in the general comment, but that front building is probably the prime piece to differentiate them, if you are going to differentiate them. But I don't necessarily want to specifically draw attention, because you might come up with a different way of making them read a little differently and decoratively.
I would agree, Mr. Chair. I think that it's a little building now with a lot of stuff going on. It may not need anything else.
Yeah.
Simplicity in itself is probably an advantage.
Yeah, and I think he's kind of heard what the various possibilities are. So as he goes to refine it, he can pick his pick as how he wants to go. All right. Any other comments to add to that? Otherwise,
I'll make a motion that the Planning Commission grant project design approval with those comments and
the Historic Landmarks Commission.
Oh, yeah, what did I say?
Planning Commission.
Oh,
We can suggest they do
Okay.
too.
well, they should do it too. Anyway, I don't know where the hell that came from.
Okay, so,
Yeah, thank you. With the following compatibility findings. That the commission finds the project is consistent with our design guidelines, that it is compatible with the architectural character of the city and the neighborhood, that its size, mass, bulk, height, and scale are not an issue, that it's sensitive to landmarks and resources, no public views of the mountains or ocean are affected, and landscaping is appropriate.
Second.
all right, we have a motion and a second. Under discussion.
Yes. Is there any reason why this couldn't go to consent? I mean, it's,
I think
it's so
there's
close.
enough, I think there's enough pieces that typically we would have it come back to the full. There's enough pieces that might change. It might not come back that different, in which case it'll be easy, but.
I mean, Commissioner McClure and I are looking for things to do on the consent calendar, so if we want to send it to consent, we're happy to take
Light
it.
there.
We're happy to take
Getting
it.
lonely, right?
Do others feel differently? It seems like it would be a typical one that would come back through with enough of these things. Okay. All right, so, make
Sorry,
it.
McClure.
All right, any other discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll begin with Commissioner Ensberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Vice Chair Uli,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you
Nice
very
work.
much.
And this action is appealable to City Council within 10 days. All right, thank you. All right, and now we are officially 2 minutes ahead. Look at us. All right, so we're on to item 3. This is for project design approval, 330 State Street. All right, so this is a revised project description located in EPV, designated structure of merit. The Andalusia Building, Seaside Oil Company Building, was designed in 1926 by Lionel Priest in the Spanish colonial revival style, and the tower of the State Street elevation was designed in 1937 by Carlton Winslow and R.H. Pittman. Proposed exterior alterations including removal of the existing parking lot to replace with plaza and outdoor dining area, new hardscape, landscape, fences, gates, trash enclosure, transformer, bike enclosures, door and window alterations, new steel canopies, and new vestibule elements. Project originally received project design approval under, on July 21st, 2021. Waivers are requested for trash enclosure and mechanical equipment location and screening requirements. CEQA guideline exemptions, under the under CEQA guidelines section, projects with net new development, non-residential square footage, or residential units may qualify for an exemption from further environmental review if, 1, they are consistent with the general plan development density evaluated in 2011 General Plan Program Environment Impact Report, and 2, potentially significant project-specific impacts are addressed through existing development standards. Section 15183 exemptions are determined by staff based on preliminary environmental review process. A decision maker CEQA findings is required for Section 15183 exemption. City Council General Plan environmental findings remain applicable to the project. All right, so this is for project design approval is requested, project compatibility findings, minor alterations findings, mechanical equipment waiver findings, waste and recycling waiver findings, and CEQA Section 15183 findings are required. There's a lot of findings. All right, the project was last reviewed on September 24th, 2025. All right, so with that, welcome.
That was a lot.
Yeah, that was a lot. So we have a historic significance report and certificate of determination. We can revisit our minutes from, or findings from that last review. And if you would introduce yourselves for the record, we'll go through the minutes from last time, comments from staff, and then you'll have 15 minutes to present.
15 minutes is up.
Yeah.
Just reading
That was
the agenda.
Now we're officially late, now that I've read the agenda item.
Clay Arell, architect, AB Design Studio. And Rob Madej, landscape architect in Bosque.
Thomas Hashbarger, AB Design Studio.
All right. All right, so to staff, why don't we go?
Thank you, Chair Gunbrine. Before I pull up the minutes, I just wanted to give a brief staff announcement kind of explaining the certificate of determination and like the CEQA stuff that's going on with this project, because it sounds a lot more daunting than it is. So as you know, the project, a different version of this project was approved back in 2021. Since then, the MEA guidelines were updated and changed, and they're a little more stringent, especially around environmental hazards. So this project, or this parcel is on the Cortese list. However, the applicant has provided an environmental site assessment showing that there's no soil contamination and no mitigation is required. However, we can no longer grant categorical exemptions to projects that are on the Cortese list. We've got our environmental analyst available if you have any questions. So just the certificate of determination is just kind of you approving that staff has done the due diligence of environmental assessment and that there are no negative environmental impacts for the project. So again, we're happy to answer any questions, but there's nothing big and scary going on. It's just a lot of verbiage. So with that, I'll pull up the minutes.
All right, thank you. All right, so this minutes from last time was the motion was to continue indefinitely with the following comments. Thanks to applicant for finishing up this wonderful project and for adding to the beauty of Santa Barbara. 2, the commission is appreciative of the historic sensitivity and study of the original design as elements are being restored. 3, study steel trellis and structure, noting the fluted columns and Santa Barbara traditions of wrought iron and steel are appreciated, recognizes that proximity to the funk zone may incorporate some industrial qualities as well. 4, simplify the geometry of the landscaping, reducing some of the curvy freeform design and consider a more formal and urban open design. 5, the commission is split on the acceptability of the boulders on the in the planters. 6, study the hardscape with the suggestion of incorporating a darker brick or stone into the cobble entries of the Gutierrez and State Streets. 7, the commission requests more information on the lighting and to consider various strategies regarding building and park lighting. 8, return with the photometric plan. 9, the commission finds the project compatibility and minor alteration findings to be generally supportable at this time. And the motion was by Dordan, the second one was by Uli, 8-0-0. McClure was absent, the motion carried. All right, and then to Commissioner McClure, if you watched the video, okay, great. So you'll be for full participation. So, all right, so with that, if you could walk us through the new design, talk about how some of those questions were answered or not, and and show us, show us all the pieces that we need to know for, especially for all the waiver and compatibility findings, et cetera. So.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm going to go through the architecture part pretty quickly because not a lot has changed. We'll talk about the trellis and some of the doors and windows, and we'll talk about the waivers on the screening, and then we'll let Rob Madej talk about the landscaping because that was more of the focus of the minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So let me see here. Go to 11. This is just photos of the site. Everyone knows where this is. Can't miss the green fence around it. Looks like I'm not going to break the machine this time.
Well, it's early.
It's early.
Yeah.
Don't put it past me, right? Here's just our proposed floor plan and site plan. The waivers that we're asking for the mechanical screening are these here, the walls around the trash enclosure and the transformer. Transformers here, trash enclosures here. Those waivers are because it's required to be 7 feet and we have them at 6 feet. That's the waiver we're requesting. I'll go to 21. Elevations, we've seen, whoops, I guess it does work there. Where's my zoom? These elevations really haven't changed. The only real change to the elevations at this point is that we've added mechanical screening above this portion of the building because we will have mechanical units there. I'll come back and talk about some of that later, but the rest of this is largely what you saw before. We're just making refinements and adding notes and things of that nature. How do I, there it is. 21, 22, same here. We adjusted this elevation last time, right? This was already here. We saw it. So we have a few marquee window casement type things here along. They're not windows. They're more like marquees for events. And then these elevations have been updated as we've been moving along. We've changed the gates. The gates are now rolling gates instead of swing out gates. That was part of our discussion before. But here's the trash enclosure and the transformer enclosure that you see in elevation. Those are wood, basically wood gates. So you have the elevation of, this is the street elevation, right? So this is looking at the walls, not the building. The building comes next on another sheet. Give me a second. So these are the building elevations. So existing is below and proposed is above. If you recall, we're keeping a lot of the existing windows. There's a few areas where we're changing out. Like this is a non-historic door system. We're putting a steel glass door system, side lights. A couple of areas where we're taking out a window here and adding a new door there. But it's all going to go back and be similar steel and glass window systems that's on the building that's historic. And we had these two little entry points that we added to the building to get like vestibules to get into these certain venues, and then the trellis elements here, which we can look at on some other drawings that show it better. Some basic inspiration images and some color. Whoops, I went too fast. This hasn't changed from last time you saw it, but this was the historic 1937 elevation along State Street. This is what is out there today that was done, I think, when they did Casablanca. And then we're putting it back. We worked with Nicole on this, who is no longer at the city, unfortunately. But we worked with her on this to keep this entry point here because that's the main entry currently with the ramps. And then put this back to be a little bit more consistent with what was once there. So that hasn't changed either. We're keeping that. We're just detailing it. And then we've got some drawings of the trellis. The trellis has gotten a lot smaller and simplified, so it's really just a kind of a wire truss here with the I'll zoom in on that actually, it's a little easier to see, with the steel columns, a little bit of an overhang on each side just to push water off and get a little bit more cover, but this is about half the size of what it was last time we looked at it, and it had that extra piece, that extra flyout, which we took off. So there's that. There's a little detail, kind of in progress detail of what that looks like. And then here's what this looks like in elevation. Proposed looks like this. I'm sorry, existing looks like this, and the proposed is much cleaner, and all this stuff goes away. All these enclosures here go away, and we're going to infill this part of the wall here. And then 25, 26, building sections, we've been going through all of those. 27, oops. This shows the screening. So there's a section through this back portion of the building. So here's the screening, here's the mechanical, here's some sight lines from the other mechanical that you'll see on the building. They're being covered up. We're raising the parapet above the venue just to align with the other parapet that runs around. But you can see sight lines from the street that parapet will block all this. So then mechanical screening. So we've been internally playing around with the idea of not doing something traditional, but doing maybe something that's more of a steel. Actually brought a physical sample. Doesn't have to be round perforated like that, but we're thinking it could have a nice design to it. And you know, if you guys are amenable to that kind of material, then we could come up with some graphics for it the next time we come back and just, yeah. We just want to do something different, you know? And the Core 10 look, that rusted color will look good with the existing brick, and it is.
That's not our problem. That's never been our problem.
It is. One at a time. What? Just a little drill press, right? I think that is it on the architecture. Here's some other just sections through the building showing sight lines and screening of material of mechanical on the roof. So everything's being screened. You're not going to see it. You will see it in a flat elevation drawing, but you won't see it in the reality.
Sorry, just to understand where the screening, where the example sample that you were talking about.
Yeah, right above here. this section right there. So it's above the music venue. That's the only place where we're adding screening that you would see as a material, and we kind of thought it'd be nice. It could have a pattern in it, it could have sound waves or something, I don't know. I'm just throwing stuff out, but that's the idea, is that is a material that we actually design it, and it isn't just a piece of corrugated metal or something weird like that, you know? It wouldn't, that's just something I had on the shelf at the office. It wouldn't be that thick and, yeah. So I will now turn it over to Rob Madej for the landscaping portion.
Thank you, Clay. Would you pop over to page 33?
33.
Perfect. And thank you for your earlier comments regarding the geometry of the space.
You want to sit here, or do you want to? You want me? I'll just tell me where you
Sure,
want me to go.
okay, let's do that. So we have studied this and made some efforts in the regard, but before I get into the modifications and drawing attention to those, I think it's important to reiterate why we've opted for a more organic and curvilinear layout for this space. And so the design team and our clients see this parking lot to park, urban park, kind of pocket park transformation as an opportunity to create something truly special. We're removing 12,000 square feet of asphalt and creating a green space. And that's intended to provide opportunities for intimate gatherings, but also larger gatherings, and that's to support the different businesses that will inhabit these spaces. The project is designed as honoring the neighborhood context and the EPV guidelines while providing a totally unique type of space not found on Lower State Street. And we feel that is seen as a valued amenity to tourists and locals alike. Stepping off the busy State Street or Gutierrez corridor, through plaster walls, through wrought iron gates, a visitor will enter in an unexpected kind of garden oasis. That's really the concept here. And as you all know, in traditional Spanish landscape design, green retreats are often held behind plain walls. And our green retreat, surprise, allows the visitor to explore a garden, visit the businesses, and also stay a while. We aim to provide visitors a variety of experiences, from feeling the crunch of gravel in this gravel courtyard space to bubbling fountains and the aromas within, very, very traditional Spanish design themes. And it's a departure from what is normally seen in this area, but we feel like a new experience and new ideas are needed to bring positive change to State Street. And bringing this full circle, we feel that the moments and experiences that we want to create can best be done with a more organic and curvilinear layout, and that's really why it's come to this. So I just wanted to give a little bit of background and context and how this came to be. So turning to the details of the plan, the main shifts, Clay's mentioned a handful of them in terms of the transformer location and the layout there, but we have simplified the geometry in some significant ways. We used to have these kind of more intimate pocket gardens, these courtyard spaces. We have joined those together into one larger space. We've refined and continue to refine the layout of the curved, call it retaining seat wall element that's shown in gray there. Yeah, thank you. And we've also enlarged, widened the connection between State Street and our main entrance. Yeah. In terms of materials, we appreciated the comments about the light-colored paving and that we previously represented. And so, and Clay, will you shift down to the bottom of the screen, please? You can see some of these proposed materials. We're now looking at we're proposing a darker, more robust material. This is called a porphyry material. It's an igneous stone, and it has a lovely red hue to it. We feel like that would tie in very well with the State Street brick color, do well with staining, and handle these urban conditions quite well. In terms of the small boulder elements, we no longer have those in the plan at all. You can back out of this, Clay, and go to full screen there. We've removed all the small landscape boulders. We were using those as edge restraints for bermed landscapes. We no longer have any real contouring of sort within these planter spaces. Clay, why don't you go to page 34, please? And so we have updated a handful of our renderings to reflect the paving tone updates for you, so you can see how that ties into the greater context. And here we are from the corner on State and Gutierrez. Yeah, and you can see that widened entry there. I think we were at maybe 7.5. We're up to, I think, a 9-foot wide entry now. Next sheet, please. Next sheet, please. Yeah, and you can start to see the character of these landscape spaces creating. As you all know, the renders don't necessarily speak to the actual plants being proposed here, but just the idea of where we have planting versus hardscape, and the idea of, as visitors use the space, they'll be working their way through the garden, experiencing different rooms, different garden spaces as they go, and all of those reference the building in different ways and capacities. Let's see, 37, please. Here we go. Here's more of an illustrative version of the elevations that Clay showed you. We are holding that wall back off of the back of sidewalk by about 12, 16 inches so that we can squeeze some planting in there. So there's a combination of plant material and vines all along that wall. We still have a, call it layered approach to our property line wall, which is a 4-foot tall plaster wall topped with a wrought iron detail that you can see in the bottom right there. And that same detail is picked up in our gate details throughout. Let's see, on page around 37, maybe to 38. We can pop over, this is kind of a general planting character sheet. Sometimes it's difficult to look at 20 different plant photos and get a sense of what this wants to look like. So this is a kind of a general direction, and it's a play on Mediterranean grays and greens, and kind of the occasional blooms that we can complement and highlight in the landscape. Bringing in 3 new field dug olive trees, kind of central to the space. A new large specimen tipu that's closer to the event venue space to reference the corner tree. And we have a handful of king palms that are being relocated, and also bring in a handful of new palms to kind of sit tight to the building and provide some relief on that elevation. And finally, we have our lighting plan. There were some comments about the number of fixtures in our previous plan. That's page 42, please. Yeah, so we have reduced the quantity of lights by, I think, roughly 20, and also have provided a photometric plan in the upper left-hand corner, and that combines the landscape low-voltage lights with the architectural sconces. And you can see there we're quite low. There's a few hot spots, and those are in areas that we are looking for, where, like, we have them by the transformer, the trash location, where we're going to have a lot of utility. We have them by the entry. There's a little hot spot by the entryway, and then this kind of call it like backwards J shape there. That's an at-grade fountain element that'll be lit up. So, but generally speaking, you can see there we're quite low on our foot candle analysis. Basic fixtures and some sconces that align with the architectural suggestions on the buildings. That's all. Yep.
All right, that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
All right, great. All right, now let's go to public comment.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. At this time, I don't have any speaker slips for in-person public comment for this item, though if anyone in the room would like to speak, you can approach the podium at this time. But I'm not seeing any movement. We do not have anyone online with us, and we did not receive any written correspondence for this item, so I'm going to give it back to you.
All right, to the commission for questions. Commissioner Dorn.
Mr. Chair, we're now in the public discussion of this, so I want to ask for the record, has the staff determined that the requested exemption for section 15183 is warranted?
Yes, staff has done the SECO analysis, and the project can receive the 15183 exemption.
All right. Commissioner Milker?
Yeah, I was wondering, how many people do you anticipate in the space for a music event, or do you have any idea? Or is that outside your, I guess it would be inside your thinking?
Commissioner McClure, through the chair. If I understand your question, you're asking how many people we think will be in the courtyard space?
Mm-hmm.
That we don't know. I think if somebody does a buyout and does a big event, they could pack it
It's
full.
not really regulated, right?
Well, it kind of is under the building code. So we have to maintain egress points and all that kind of stuff. But, the venue, the music venue itself is about, 470 people, give or take. And that's if you're standing room only. If you're doing another event like a table seating or something, it'd be much different. But the notion of the park and this kind of connection through here, I mean, it's not quite a paseo per se, but it's kind of doing that. But it's really to pull people back into these other tenant spaces, right?
Thank you.
Pull them off the street and into the space.
All right, Commissioner Ensberg.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, I just have a couple questions. So on to what Commissioner McClure was asking. So do you, you imagine this as an outdoor space that would be, is a multi-purpose, that would be used for a variety of uses? Like you might have tables with 200 people out there or something. Do you picture it that way, that it would be used as a multi-purpose outdoor space?
Commissioner Ensberg, through the chair. I just wanted to pull up our floor plan to try to answer this question, because this is the music venue space right here, right? So it goes from this line over. So if there's an event happening there, probably in the evening, like a show, right? Like Soho House or something like that. You know, they're probably going to queue up here or queue up along here, and then they're going to go in and they're going to have the event. This is a small little piano lounge, or a bar, basically, and it's not really set up to flow in and out. It's more, and neither is the venue, really. I mean, once you're in the venue, you're in the venue, right? So these areas around here will probably be like pre-function, things that are happening before a show, things of that nature. Similarly to the piano lounge. The rest of these spaces, you know, we have a restaurant on the corner. We have a market here, which, if you all remember Metropolis down in the funk zone, it'd be kind of like a market like that, right? It's got maybe some coffee in the morning and sandwiches at lunch, and maybe there's some prepared foods in the evening. But you know, the market's really going to use some of this space out here. You know, we're intending these spaces to be used by people coming in here in the morning or in the afternoon, lunchtime, or whatever. And then this is the patio that's relegated for the restaurant. You know, there's ABC rules and laws and all that around
Right.
serving alcohol and things of that nature for the restaurant. So that's got an enclosure around it. But we do feel like this space is going to get used, kind of like the Dark Garden down in the funk zone. It just gets used. You know, some people go get coffee and hang out there. Some people get lunch and hang out there. I've actually gone down there and sat on my laptop for an hour just to, you know, get away. So I think it's going to have a multifunction. I think it's going to develop over time. If there was some sort of a big event happening or some music festival type thing happening, then it probably would be adjusted or controlled, I should say, right? Like they'd have the control points, they'd check people in, and it would be an event. There is one operator that's going to operate the restaurant, the market, the piano lounge, and the venue. So it's all under one kind of umbrella in terms of control. So it's their responsibility to kind of work with the individual purveyors to control it when they need to.
Okay. I guess what came to mind for me was, do you ever imagine it, you know, like the historical museum courtyard? Like when they have like the Santa Barbara Foundation dinner there, and they have it all set up with like, you know, tent tops around and have this big thing. Would you ever imagine that it might be used in that way? Or that's why I was asking
It
multi-purpose.
could very well, yeah.
Okay.
It could very well be used that way.
Okay.
I think we're trying, and again, I think the way it's laid out, and it's laid out in a way that it can have a lot of different functions happen, and over time, we expect it to evolve. So
Sure.
day one, it probably functions like this, and day 300, it might have some new things happening. So
Right.
we think it will evolve over time.
Right, and it would be, as you say, could just be a single person or a couple people be out there. This was kind of how you show it, but that was what I was trying to understand, is whether or not you want it to be multi-purpose for that a larger event, perhaps.
Yes, precisely, that's
Okay.
correct.
Okay, and then I had just two other questions. One is on the marquee windows that you showed. There were 3 of them. Do you, you know, what's the detail that you're imagining for those? Right now, it just looks like a very simple, just a steel frame.
Yeah, that hasn't really been designed yet. This is just a placeholder, so we'll bring something back that'll
be a little more
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
Okay, and then lastly, the trash enclosure gates, what is the material and the color of those?
These are going to be rolling gates. We anticipate them being wood with a steel frame around them, like a plank with a V-groove,
Yeah.
something like that.
Okay,
Yeah.
and would they be painted a color, or or are you that far along yet?
Probably just stain them, but I don't think we've gone through that part yet.
Okay, just wondering. Okay, thank you. That was all my questions.
And by the way, just to mention, because I don't know if anybody mentioned it, but it was in the drawings, the trash enclosure walls are all expected to be vined up, so they're kind of planted with vines all the way around them, so they kind of disappear, so.
Mr. Chair?
Yep, Commissioner Drury.
One question, parking?
Excuse me?
Parking.
Commissioner Drury, through the chair.
Parking.
We don't have any parking. We have no parking.
So it'll
They
be
have a
across the
park,
street.
but not parking.
There's parking across the street. We're looking at other nearby sites to do a parking share with.
Thank
like,
you.
Businesses that are closed at night that we can park in.
All right, any other questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Lundberg.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of landscape background, but it appears to me your selection of materials does not include any flowering plants, color, in other words, other than the variation on green. Is that
You go to the next sheet, please, Clay.
Next one?
Yeah.
There we go.
No, we do have some flowering plants, yes.
But are they in an area where, I see several photos here, they're not in an area which would be, are they in an area which would be accentuating and people would focus on it or whatever?
Well,
Where are they? How about that?
They are interspersed throughout all the planting areas. They are elevated in this upper planter. They also exist around the olive trees. There's a few places, not many on the exterior, where we're leaning on flowering perennials because of the tough urban conditions, essentially.
I was at a homeless weekend that had a mass of Mexican sage. They hadn't pruned it back yet. It was spectacular, the color and everything, and I could see, value in color in this palette that you've developed, which more extensive than what you show there. But
Okay.
yeah, it's just not.
Can't you see it too?
Is that a question? Is that a question?
Okay. Any other, we just lost screens and power.
Break it again?
All right,
All right.
the end of the presentation.
we're back. All right, any other questions before we roll into comments? We'll roll into comments in a second here. All right, Commissioner Drury, would you like to lead us off in comments?
I will. I think it's improved from the first iteration a great deal. Thank you for your imaginations. I think that the elevation paralleling Gutierrez Street is industrial. And I love the fact that you've got these curvilinear walkways and patterns to offset that kind of architecture. I think it's a home run for me. I support it completely. Thank you.
All right. All right, who wants to go next? Commissioner Jordan?
I'm very supportive of this. It is, and my comment is that it's an unusual space for downtown Santa Barbara. And the development strategy of a market for the morning, a restaurant, event space into the evening, that day-long rhythm of activity is very commendable and will, because too often we can come up with something that keeps people there for a certain time of day, but the rest of the time it's empty. So it's very commendable and I'm very supportive.
Thank you.
Commissioner Butler?
What he said.
All right, great, all right. Commissioner McClure?
Yeah, I'm still not super enamored with the overall layout, but you have some good reasons for wanting to do it, so I'm going to back off. And I do like the monochromatic landscape with just a little bit of color, because I think there's going to be a lot of building stuff going on, and that's a nice soothing aspect of the project.
All right. Commissioner Lodge?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate this little bit of greenery and park in the very urban section of State Street, and I think it's a great addition to the city. Thank you.
Commissioner Ensberg, do you want to?
Thank you for your work on this. I am very supportive of the project. As far as the architecture part of it, I really think it's, you've moved it along. It's everything we talked about last time, and I think it's really, really good. I especially like that the trellis is smaller. I think that is way improved. I'll look forward to some kind of something for these marquee, like whatever you can figure out to do, make them a little bit more interesting. And then on the trash enclosure gates, of course, those are very visible. You say that the walls are going to have the sort of espalier or some kind of vine growing on them, so it'll tone it down. But whatever, maybe just a stain is the right thing to do. I'm not sure about the mechanical screening thing. I understand what you're saying, and maybe do something and bring it back and see how it goes. I'm not sure if that's really anything you really want to highlight there. It might be a lot of cost to do that, and I'm not sure it's where you really want to put the money. But certainly willing to see what you creatively come up with in that regard. On the landscape, I do struggle with all this curvy stuff. I'm much more of a classic. And so that was why I was asking those questions about the functionality. I certainly think you can get a lot of, curviness going with your landscape, just the plants themselves. But I'm not sure having these different materials and all the curving. It looks great when you're looking down at it from above. It has kind of an artistic look. But I think in reality, using the space, I'm not sure it's worth it. And I think that maybe just a simple, beautiful material running through there, and then maybe you keep your pockets, the planting pockets where you have them. I'm just not convinced that the curve thing is, I'm just not falling in love with it. Let me just put it that way. But I think that I love the idea and what others have said, about how you've put this together with the market, and, so that it gets used throughout the day for the different venues. So I think it's a really successful idea and project. I just think that I'm not convinced that the curvy pattern on the paving is really that effective. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
And then Vice Chair Uli, you still haven't gone, and then Commissioner Lenvik, I think.
I'm happy.
Okay, there we go.
Well, if Ed is happy, then I'm happy. Because that's hard to do. I'm supportive of the project. I really don't have a problem with the curviness of the park element. I think it makes it interesting. There are enough hard lines in the building itself, so I'm very supportive of the project. Ready to make a motion if nobody else is.
All right. I guess I'm the last one then. So I agree with most of my commissioners on most of the comments. I think I did want to make one more note on that was touched on for the trellis, but I do want to accentuate how great of a job the solution is now. I think that this is very elegantly done. It skates the fine line between industrial and Santa Barbara and does it in a really great way. So I want to commend you on that because it looks fantastic. And it reads very tectonically, and the combination of both metal and more industrial metal, as well as Santa Barbara style, is done very well with it. So kudos. Actually, I have one quick question before I go into more. So because I can't remember exactly what the palette was before, but has your plant palette changed? Was it just my memory? Were there more grasses or other things in it before, or is it the plant palette itself still the same?
It has evolved, although the first time you saw it really wasn't a defined plant palette. It was more of a look and feel.
Okay, because I seem to remember more sort of native grasses or things like that were, or maybe it was just my imagination, but was it?
There may have been, and it may have been more in the renders as well.
Okay,
that you saw it.
Okay.
And your imagination.
And my imagination, okay. Okay, so it seems like for my sort of critique of it, it seems like you definitely have moved the needle and the dial towards more of a Santa Barbara traditional landscape, both palette, and you've sort of toned down some of the curves, it seems, if my memory is correct. So you've kind of dialed it away from the curvy, more modern designs, and you're getting it closer to it. And I also, because it's so long and narrow and confined by hard edges as well, and against this backdrop of this industrial funk zone edged building as well, to me, you kind of dial it into the range that's sort of on the very edge now of the palettes so much there, the hardscape so much there, all the other elements are there, and we can make sort of or at least I can make a exception in my mind for it, and not make it make it the exception to the rule, instead of making it the new norm for the rest of the city, in terms of the EPV and how it particularly fits well enough and is strong enough in the EPV tradition that it can work, but just barely on the edge in terms of because you sort of taking out enough of the curves that it makes it in that way, and for my mind. So I have a similar struggle as other commissioners, and it's still, I would, like it a little less, even less curvy, because you have done a good job of kind of bringing it towards what we've said. But it is acceptable and supportable for me. You've gotten to that level where it's acceptable and supportable. So that's sort of where I'm falling on it. It's just on the edge, and then it's also it's not creating precedent in my mind, because it has a lot of its very special particular circumstances that it's dealing with that most of the other properties in the EPV are not dealing with. So I can support it in that realm. Okay, so those are only adds I have to what all the other commissioners have said. And so I have some notes from here. So this is for project design approval, with all of these, with all the findings. Actually, the one other note I would add is to the question of the screening. So the idea of coming up with something besides a stupid box on top of a building, which is, in my mind, like, it's the solution we have. It's better than looking at the equipment, that's true. But there's very few good solutions for mechanical screening, and also because we have air intake and things like that too. So I'm very intrigued by the idea of a metal patterned thing, and in the sense of it's also a very industrial building, so you might be able to pull it off like the trellis in a way that other buildings in EPV don't get to do, because it also has this industrial side, which could be a great solution. And I could see things very much like venting stacks, not just stacks, but like a version of a large spark arrestor, or within a copper chimney kind of shroud realm, or something more industrial or whatever. But I could see something that visually looks like a cupola structure of some sort, that is industrial and does have a pattern that hides the equipment well enough for the eye. So I'm very intrigued by it, because it could be a great solution, but it's also, and it could make the building even better, as opposed to just being a box that covers your mechanical equipment, which is a default, not great solution. So I'm interested in what you can come up with that might do that, because it could be a really great thing. But we have to see it, of course. So those are my only other additional comments. Okay, so it's looking for project design approval, and project compatibility findings of all those sorts will need to be made. So I can summarize some of these comments first, and then we can see if we have a motion for that. Okay, so the first is to thank the applicant and team for their hard work and responding to our many comments, and the way in which they've developed the design of this project, and that it's very much improved and very supportable. So well done. So the additional areas of design to be developed are the we'll start with the marquee display. So for the marquee displays to continue to be designed and to come back for review, The general comment that the trellis structure is very acceptable as designed, and appreciated for the work to get it to this level. The mechanical screening of, for the proposal of screening the mechanical with a perforated metal or other form of screening is potentially acceptable, and we would like to see that come to be developed and to come back. The curvilinear design of the development of the curvilinear design of the park pathway is acceptable is acceptable as designed, and we appreciate the development that has been made to both in the hardscape and the planting and planting design for this project, and at least the majority of the commission feels that it's has reached an acceptable level for the EPV and for this project in particular. And then what were some of the other key comments to continue to develop? The wrought iron design that they have for the sort of arch design as part of it, I think was in general favorable last time.
Was that the, on top of the wall?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
I had meant to mention that I really like that.
Yeah, and the gate as well, yeah, nice, and I agree, it's very artistic and kind of blends both the Santa Barbara's tradition and this industrial aesthetic of the building. So that's acceptable as designed, yeah.
Yes,
Commissioner
Chair.
Hansberg.
Do we want to, I don't think we talked about it, but can we mention, at least from my view, the mechanical, the wall, the 7 feet instead of,
Oh, yeah, the
instead
6
of the 6 feet instead of 7 feet
Yeah,
is
so
acceptable?
6 feet and everyone's
Yes.
general acceptable of that, yeah. Okay, so that waiver is supportable for that. The lighting as well, that we asked for the photometric study. Is everyone good with where it has landed, lighting wise? Okay, yeah, supportive, okay. Commissioner Jordan?
Just a question about procedure. Should this motion include language about the CEQA section?
Yes, and pardon my interruption, and in response to Commissioner Jordan through the chair, yes, we will have findings for you for the CEQA section, so that's one of the many findings that you will have to make. But in addition to that, something that I forgot in my initial announcement is one item that we are waiting on is comments from EHS on their ESA report. So if you can just condition, whoever makes the motion, if you can add a condition that the project comply with EHS's comments, that's all we need in addition to those findings for the CEQA exemption. And just one more thing, Mr. Chair, if you could clarify the comment that you just made about the mechanical equipment wall, I don't think we.
Okay, so the mechanical equipment wall on East Gutierrez Street is supportable as being lower at 6 foot instead of the regular standard 7 feet.
That's also the subject of the waiver.
Yeah. And then, look at all that color.
Snuck that in there, didn't
Commissioner
we?
Hansberg?
I like that.
These are all findings that are going to be listed for us that we'll go through. So I guess Mr. Chair, the general question is, does the commission support all of the various waiver
Yes.
findings?
Yeah. Given which means that we support the current, the design as proposed, which needs all the waivers to be acceptable. Okay, yeah, that looks, like everyone's in agreement, so, and the commission, supports it. Let's see, there was one more that jumped out, but I can't remember it now. The commission also is supportive of the design for that brings back the original division of doors and windows at the entry, per the drawing, so, as proposed, yeah.
37? Was it 37?
And then, let's see, was there anything else that we wanted to? Obviously, all the regular stuff will come back to us as, the regular stuff will come back to us for final, all the details and whatever. materials and color and everything. Okay, so I think that summarizes those comments, so if there's someone who wants to make.
Okay, I'll
right,
give it a,
thank you.
I'll give it a whirl. I'll make sure that I identify our body correctly first, that the Historic Landmarks Commission grants project design approval as requested.
And will you add
what-
the condition that the project comply with EHS's comment?
I've got that listed, which include the comments that the chair just outlined and the following findings. That the HLC finds that the project is consistent with our design guidelines, that it is compatible with the architectural character of the city and the neighborhood, that the size, mass, bulk, height, and scale is existing and therefore appropriate, that it is sensitive to itself as a historic resource. Public views of the ocean and mountain are not impacted, and there is appropriate use of open space and landscaping. Minor alterations to the historic resource findings. The exterior alterations are being made primarily for and will substantially advance the restoration of the resource to close to its original appearance, and that the alterations are consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards. The mechanical equipment waiver, that the Historic Landmarks Commission finds that the project qualifies for a mechanical equipment waiver to provide relief of site constraints and to achieve a superior aesthetic or environmental design. And further, that the waste and recycling waiver, the Historic Landmarks Commission finds that the project qualifies for a waste and recycling waiver to provide relief of site constraints and to achieve a superior aesthetic and environmental design. And that the CEQA 15183 finding, that the Historic Landmarks Commission finds that the project qualifies as an exemption from further environmental review under CEQA Guidelines Section 15183 based on the city staff analysis and the CEQA certification of the determination that is on file for the project. And that the project comply with appropriate requirements of EHS.
Second.
That was an easy second.
Is that too late?
No, that was good. It's just that he did all the hard work. And you just
Absolutely, I just stepped right in and just,
All right. We've got a motion and a second. Under discussion. Any further discussion? Yes.
the only thing I would say, add to this is that Henry Laney would approve.
Amen to that. All right. And then project design approval. Was that?
Yeah, that's me.
Everything was included. Okay. All right. Great.
That's what I said first.
Yeah, that's what I just forgot it after
Yeah.
all the other ones. Yeah, exactly. I think that might have been the most of all the.
I think we covered everything.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. So we have motion and a second under discussion. Any further discussion? All right. Roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll begin with Commissioner McClure.
Here, yes.
Here and yes.
Okay. Commissioner Lodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Butler.
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan.
Yes.
Commissioner Drury.
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik.
Yes.
Vice Chair Uli.
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Good luck. And this
Thank you, gentlemen,
this
very much.
action is appealable to City Council within 10 days. All right. Thank you guys very much. We're going to take
Before
5.
Christmas, whichever comes.
Yeah. Yeah. We will take a 5-minute recess here. All right.
Last year, not that long ago, October 22nd, and you reviewed this project at Cliff Drive that includes a 4-lot subdivision and
Pardon
two...
my interruption through the chair to the
Sorry.
applicant.
Oh, yeah, actually, I need to read all
Thank
this
you.
stuff.
We need to
so-
read the project
sorry.
description into
Yep.
the record and then go over previous minutes, and then he'll turn it over to you
Oh,
for applicant
great.
presentation. Thank you.
We're getting a little
Sorry, yeah, yep. It's the end of year, last two projects. Okay, so we are on to item 4, 1250 Cliff Drive. This is listed on the Historic Resources Inventory, constructed in 1911 in the Craftsman style. Proposal to subdivide the existing 1.67 acre parcel into 4 separate lots. Project includes a new 16-foot wide driveway located west of the historic tree colonnade, as well as the construction of 2 new single-unit residences and 2 new accessory dwelling units, ADU, a 3,000 square foot residence with an attached 443 square foot garage and 798 square foot detached ADU with 260 square foot attached garage are proposed on Lot 2. A 2,900 square foot residence with an attached 470 square foot garage and a 600 square foot ADU are proposed on Lot 3. Project received approval from the Planning Commission for a tentative parcel map, a street frontage modification, and a public street waiver. So we have Part A is requesting acceptance of a revised Phase 2 Historic Structure Sites Report prepared by Post Hazeltine. The Phase 2 report concluded the proposed project meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. Therefore, project impacts on significant historic resources would be less than significant. And Part B is project design approval is requested. Project compatibility findings and minor alterations findings are required. Project was last reviewed on October 22nd, 2025. So we can go through the minutes on that, and then I think what we'll do is go through, as we normally do Part A first, and then pause it after we've had the summary, questions, and then before we take action on it, we'll pause it, and then we'll go to Part B, review the project. If everything's good, then we'll come back to Part A and finish it off as sort of our general mode of working with these that have historic structures reports. All right, so with that, if you can introduce yourselves for the record, and then we'll, was staff?
We can have them introduce themselves, and then we'll
Okay.
do staff comments, and then minutes.
And then we'll do staff comments and minutes. So, all right.
Tim Hazeltine, Post Hazeltine Associates.
Sarah Bronstad, Land Use Planner at Brownstein.
And Adam Cunningham, designer.
Okay. All right, to staff.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Just a brief announcement from me, and then I'll turn it over to Megan Arciniega, the Development Review Supervisor. As you went over the order of kind of how we review the Phase 2 HSSRs along with the project review, just keep in mind that you want to make sure that you agree with the conclusions of the report, and that any of your comments that you make on the project don't change any of the conclusions of the report before you accept it. So that's why we vote on the report before voting on the project, but we want to get both reviews kind of in tandem, so those reviews or the comments align with the conclusions of the report.
So on that, and maybe this is sort of a minor tweak on it, but I think typically for our review of the report, having the historian give the summary and then us ask questions, but typically in case we ask them to change, in case we ask the applicant to, we might still agree with the report, that it doesn't actually, that it meets the Secretary for Interior standards and it checks all the boxes, but then we might go to the applicant and tell them that we like the rafter this or that or whatever, we might change something there, in which case the report's going to have to be revised anyways. Or not. Or not.
As long
depending.
as you're not asking for anything in your comments to change that would change the report, you can approve the report. You don't need to, it doesn't need to come back as a revised report.
But I think that part of the trouble with it has been that, is that we might agree with the report, but we might also wanting to be changing something on the, so then if we approve the report, I just want to hold off on approving the report to the end.
Sure.
So that in case we ask them to change, then we're not approving a report and then forcing a report revision, and
Right, yes, I agree with that order. We can,
Okay.
yeah, you guys can
So
vote
then
on
that way
the
we just,
project
we will
before
vote on the
approving
report at the end. Assuming everything goes well and everything's going forward, we can actually vote on the report, but at least we can have the discussion.
Sounds good.
first.
And with that, I'll turn it over to Megan if she has
Okay,
any
great.
additional comments.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Megan Arciniega. I am the Development Review and Environmental Review Supervisor, sitting in for Barbara Burkhart, who is the case planner. She is out. So I'm just sitting in, and just to report to you that this project did require Planning Commission approval of both the subdivision and the development. And the Planning Commission did approve it, subject to conditions of approval. There was public comment from the neighbor about concerns of accessibility, their access to their driveway, and how that interplays with the historic pillars that were of the topic of your discussion at the last review. The Planning Commission defers to HLC to solve with the historians and your team of where those pillars really do lie. But they did want to address that there are concerns. They think it does need to be addressed on how that driveway and the neighboring driveway is accessed, and that it's safe, and not just, and looking at from those terms as well. A commissioner did notice or suggest one consideration that the Planning Commission would be comfortable with, if you guys are, is considering and how the location of the boulder in relation to the pillars itself, and they would be comfortable with the boulder being moved if that allowed the pillars to be aligned somehow better. But again, in deference to both the historic assessment and your assessment as well. So I just wanted to convey that that was of importance by the Planning Commission. Otherwise, they approved the project subject to the conditions as presented by staff, and no other concerns were presented.
All right, thank you. Add to it? Okay.
He attended.
Oh, gotcha, yes, you can.
Yes.
I thought you were-
The request was that the HLC be present at the planning commission.
Oh, can you turn your mic on? Thanks.
The HLC have an attendee there, and I was the attendee. That's all.
Great, okay, great. So that might be part of the discussion as well. Good, okay. All right, so with that, let's go to the minutes from the last meeting. And then we'll turn it over to the applicant, and you'll have 15 minutes to present. All right, so the motion was to continue the report indefinitely with the comments to incorporate the revised design into the report. And then to continue, the motion was continue indefinitely with the following comments. Thank the applicant team for the time, effort, and energy put in the project and site visit. The project is supportable. The commission understands the demands of housing, and this is one way to get it. 2, the commission appreciates that you don't have to take what we are saying because of various state laws, though they appreciate when you do. 3, the commission finds the project to be generally supportable and helps with the need for housing. 4, the study the architecture of the houses on lots 2 and 3 to be closer in detail and plan footprint to the craftsman style. 5, study the style of the new houses to be sympathetic to the existing house without copying. 6, study horizontality of the overall project, as existing house is more horizontal than vertical. 7, proposed color schemes for lots 2 and 3 should be subservient to the primary color of the historic house so it doesn't get lost in the mix of colors. 8, the commission encourages good neighbor relations and communication with the neighbors with the understanding that private views are not protected or under the purview of the commission. 9, a concrete driveway is preferred if allowed, as it is more historically accurate. Otherwise, use pervious concrete to replicate the original driveway. 10, the commission suggests using the same material in both driveways. 11, the commission suggests reusing the original driveway gate posts in a sensitive way with approval from the architectural historian. Placing one on one side of the original driveway and one on the other side of the new driveway is a possible solution. 12, the commission supports the public street waiver and zoning modifications for the street frontage for lots 1, 2, and 4 because it helps the development plan of the project. 13, the commission is supportive of the proposed development plan because they are supportive of housing and the plan is very sensitive to the historic resources and their compositions. Action was by Drury, second was by Lodge, 6-0-0. Grumbine, Dordan, and McClure were absent. The motion carried. All right, so to Commissioner Dordan and Commissioner McClure's, did either or both of you had a chance to watch the video?
No, I wasn't aware. The online agenda didn't include the note about this, so I did not watch the film.
Gotcha. Okay, so you can ask questions, Commissioner Jordan, but just no vote, and then McClure, and I did watch it as well, so Commissioner McClure and myself can ask questions and vote. All right, so with that, if you can walk us through, and especially how you addressed our comments and anything else that changed from before, once we get to the design. But for now, let's go to the historian for any additional comments,
Sure.
especially about what it addressed.
In order to address the commissioner's comments from the last review, the project design was revised to have the same style concrete on both driveways, and we are supportive of that because the original, not the original, but the first paving material was likely concrete. So we're supportive of that. The design of the houses have been, modulated. The craftsman-style details are now more emphatic. So we do believe that's an improvement, which is reflected in the report. The other major, as you can see, the color schemes now are more in the earth tone range, and the red of the historic house is sort of recapitulated in a few areas, I think, on window surrounds and stuff, to kind of meld them together, but not have every building barn red, which would make the complex of buildings look like, at least give the appearance it was built at one time, which would not be historically accurate. And then we get to the pillars, which I think was one of the major concerns. We essentially confirmed our original conclusion that it would be, from a preservation standpoint, and for meeting the Secretary of the Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties, that if you're recreating a historic feature, it should be placed as close as possible and feasible to its historic location. And because the two piers originally flanked either side of the original driveway, we still support their location there. We believe if one of the piers are moved onto the other side, the west side of the new driveway, that would give the appearance that somehow there had originally been a double driveway, which of course is not the case. So we are supportive of them being there. They've been slightly modulated. And I will say that the stone if you see the center date palm, a Canary Island date palm, at the base, you can see a stone. And if needed, it's not historic. So it will be removed if needed to fit the piers back. And partially because it historically would look better. But secondly, we're hopeful, and not that we're tasked with addressing the neighbor's concern, but we understand that that would be helpful for them too, because it wouldn't be projecting out. And so in a very brief summary, we feel that the revised report, or the revised project, continues to meet the Secretary of the Interior standards. And I'm going to, if I'm not supposed to comment on this, please tell me, but I would say that on the earlier discussion of if there are changes to projects, and we've been coming here for 28 years. I don't know if successfully, but we have. My point with that is sometimes projects have what we consider fairly modest or modulations, like the commission may go, instead of using a blunt rafter tail end, please scroll it. Those become more critical when they're actually attached to the historic house or historic building. In this case, there's not a remodel or renovation of the historic house. These are on the adjacent structures. So there's a kind of a range of possibilities for design features. And what we look at is the overall program. And if there's something there that we feel is historically inaccurate, material design-wise, we will evaluate that. But generally, we're not evaluating a new structure that's detached from the historic structure and isn't replacing a historic structure to the same degree of intensity as if those changes were happening on the historic building.
Okay, and so does that complete the historian portion of the
Yes.
Of the presentation? Okay, great. All right, so let's go to public comment for this portion, for the historian's portion of the analysis. Is there, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. At this time, I don't have any speaker slips for public comment for this project, for either portion of this, but specifically for the historic report. If anyone would like to speak under that, you can approach the podium at this time. But I'm not seeing any movement towards the podium, so I'll move to virtual participation. If anybody that is online would like to speak, you can raise your hand at this time. And I'm not seeing any raised hands, and I will acknowledge that we did not receive any written correspondence for this item, so I'm going to give it back to you.
All right. To the commission for any questions on the historian's report. Questions? All right. All right, so in that case, let's go on to Part B for project design approval. And let's go to you'll have 15 minutes to present, especially focusing on how you addressed our previous comments and anything else that's new.
Okay, great. I think I'll start at your previous comment number 4, which asked that we study lots 2 and 3 to be, or closer in detail, and plan the footprint to the craftsman style. So this is what you saw last time. So we had this lighter color. Let's see. Also, I guess I should just say, number 5, also, you wanted the design to be more sympathetic to the existing house without copying it. And that is something that we've made sure we've done, and with Tim's help, is that we don't want to make it look exactly the same. We want it to be architecturally compatible, so as not to take away from the historic structure. So you guys had asked that we study the architecture and the colors, and I think you used the word mute it down, maybe. I think that was one of the things. So as part of that, for Lot 2, we now have simplified. We've simplified the roofing material. We had a metal roof over the porch. We now have the shingle roof. We've changed the color to darken and try to quiet it down. We have incorporated a red door, which is to complement or to be similar to the historic house. And then we have a cream trim, pavers, and the windows are like a dark green. So we did that for Lot.
And can you zoom into the main image there? And it's touch screen too, so you might be able to do it.
Let's see here.
Yep, great, thank you.
Okay, and then that was Lot 2, so I'm going to close those both now. And then here's the rendering view. And then for Lot 3, this was the previous version, white, we had actually a two-tone, so we had a brown, the garage ADU above, and then the white, and then we had board and bat siding. And now we have this green, and it's all uniform colors. Both the garage and ADU are the same as the main house. We have the dark red windows, and we have made it shingle instead of board and bat. And as part of looking at this again, and we did talk with the neighbors, which is one of your comments, there were some concerns about views and various aspects. And of course, it's pretty hard not to block a view, but we found an opportunity to move a chimney. Was it move or remove? Remove a chimney and just kind of stretch out a portion. It ended up with a reduction in height and a reduction in square footage by about, I think it was 36 square feet. The height before was 24 feet 3 inches with a 5 and 12 roof pitch. It's now 28 and 8.5 inches with a 3 and 12 roof pitch, and then 31 square foot reduction in square footage. And the other changes. So I think to whatever extent it's our understanding the neighbor was happy with that. And so we
Also, the ridge on the ADU, we switched, turned to 90 degrees, and so it did kind of allow a little more perspective to the mountain view that they like. There's nothing we could do about their coastline view, but then also, yeah, it did get kind of separated a little bit more between that second-story ADU and the main second story of the main house. So there's just a little more, and that chimney was the big blocker, so we just removed the whole fireplace and chimney.
Your comment 6 was study horizontally the overall project as existing house is more horizontal than vertical. So we have some site constraints here. We have a lot that is more deep than wide. The historic house is at the far end and the back. Even with these houses far apart, we have to maintain some good visibility. And as you can see, even now, you don't quite grasp the horizontal element. It's so far back. So I think in this case, because of the lot shapes, we kind of have to configure the lots the way they are, especially we've had, different versions with the driveway, and this is kind of where we landed, is what the city would accept. So I think to the extent, hopefully the colors being a little more muted, maybe make it all seem a little more cohesive, but again, we don't want to emulate what's there, and we feel like this is architecturally compatible with that structure. And in terms of your other comments, I think that was largely it. And then, yes, we still show this boulder in this rendering, but the idea is that this boulder would then be removed. And our plans show that this pillar would be moved 9 inches back. And the city transportation approved the circulation before this, but we're happy to incorporate this to help appease this neighbor who had concerns about backing up. And originally these colonnade did come out further, so they've already been pared back over time, and so we just want to be able to keep it what we can. And if you have any more questions, or do you have any more details about the design?
I think we've covered everything.
Okay.
All right, great. So if that completes your presentation, we'll go to public comment.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. At this time, again, I don't have any speaker slips for this item for public comment. Though if anyone would like to speak, you can approach the podium at this time. But I'm not seeing any movement. And I will move to our virtual participants. If anyone would like to speak online, you can raise your hand at this time. But I'm not seeing any raised hands, and we did not receive any written correspondence for this item, so I'm going to give it back to you.
All right, to the commission for any questions about the design.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Drury.
what is the body color of the original house?
Is that red?
Is it, yeah. Is it the same red as the, I'm sorry, you're going to say?
Actually,
Yeah,
can you
let's see
zoom
that.
into it real fast, just so it's very apparent?
It's red.
Yeah, I mean, we have better photos.
So is it fairly close to the same color of the house, the house on the right side of the driveway? Well, yeah, it is. I think so.
And he's the color expert, so. It's in the reddish brown tones, right? That's what you're saying?
Well, there's-
If you just made your report smaller.
Sometimes we get grief when we make them too short.
Okay, so it's,
It's our job to give you grief.
Or is that the phase one? Yeah.
So that's the historic house and color.
so, okay, stop. Okay, how different is that from the, how different is that from the proposed house with the white bands on the, if
So-
you're looking at the original house?
If you
it's
go
on
to the
right side
other
of the
rend,
driveway.
the new rendering, yeah.
That's previous
With the red door.
It's only the front door that's
So,
red.
oh, it's just that, that's cottage red, yeah, okay.
And the body is
Is
brown.
green.
And the
Or-
brown looks a little, it's the computer.
Wait,
Which-
okay. Can you scroll down to the, is there a color tab on the ground, on the brown? Oh, there it is, yeah, okay, wow, it really shows up darker, a lot darker on the rendering.
If the color, may I continue? If the color of the exterior siding shingles is that kind of faded brown, I hope it remains that way because it would otherwise clash with the original house. I'll save my comments for later.
So, and would you say that and maybe this is part of bringing back color chips, for real life too, and just make sure that the things are comparable, but let's see, yeah, which is, you're here for just PDA anyways. So, would you say that the color is leaning more towards what is shown in the color swatch or the rendering?
In the color swatch.
Okay, great. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Any other questions? All right. All right, so let's roll into comments for the project design. Who wants to kick us off?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
Yes, I like the overall way this has gone. We don't actually ask for too much studying because that's always a landmine. I think that the white stripes on that house above the house, not on the parcel, on the right of that palm tree, I think that's a bit much. I think it starts being confused with the original house. I think that the paint, that sort of gray-green sage of the house on the right, on the left, without any side bands, or if maybe they're muted, but that's much more successful in terms of the linearity between that and the house at the very back end of the lot, the original house. So I'm in favor of the project. I also would like to know, as a side question, if there was any reaching out to the gentleman who spoke 2 weeks or whatever, a month ago, about his site view. Was there any?
Were those what you were talking about in terms of turning the gable, lowering the pitch?
When we talked to him outside after the meeting, he was more concerned about the other neighbors that were also here. And so I went and met with them. It's actually right behind, and that's where we did the design changes to kind of help them. We also agreed to trim some kind of bushes that they wanted a different view to another part of the Riviera. So.
It wasn't the palm trees, was it?
No, but originally they wanted us to remove the oak trees, and we're like, yeah, that's not going to happen, so.
Well, that's a good thing. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right. Who wants to go next? Commissioner McClure?
Yeah, I'll go. I think that the new color scheme's very, very, very much settles the project down and back. And then I'm kind of like with Commissioner Drury on maybe pushing the trim color down another notch. And then I know that in introducing trees, when everyone has a view, is not a popular idea, but it seems like you could move some larger plant material towards the street that wouldn't harm anyone's view, but would give the public a little bit more screening, especially along that left side where those chartreuse shrubs are. It seems like you could get a few, 10-foot forms in there that could help a little bit. Thank you.
All right. All right. Commissioner Ensberg?
Thank you. I am very excited about what you've done, and you've done a really good job of responding, and I think it looks really, really good. I am happy for the historic structures or historic report about the concrete and that's supportable, and the moving of the stone, and then I'm surprised that the columns, they look good. I wasn't sure about that, but I think it looks really good, and I certainly understand why. It makes total sense. The colors, I agree about the banding. Just seems a little much. It just it's too much contrast. And on the other lot on the other side, I'm going to suggest that maybe, and see how the other commissioners feel about this, but it feels to me that the ADU maybe should be a different color, because as it looks now, it makes it look like a really big, they all come together and it looks like a really big project, whereas if maybe it was a darker color than the main house, it would recede back more and just kind of not feel so large. So I wanted to suggest that. And, and then I also support what Commissioner McClure said. I wasn't quite sure about these. I know this is a rendering, so the blue and the chartreuse are probably just placeholders, perhaps. But, I meant to ask about that, but I certainly think a larger, something at the corner there, as Commissioner McClure suggested, I think could really help to, kind of tie in with that other existing tree that's in the front and just pull it all together there. And those.
Yeah, sure. We'll
Thank you.
Yeah, so we have some challenges with that. We are required, so the whole frontage in this area is actually within the Cliff Drive right-of-way. So we are not allowed to have anything that's not low-lying. We also have to protect the view of the historic resource. We also, if you look at the fire map, there's a little loop where it picks up this property and the hill behind it. So we also do have some challenges and limitations in the landscaping. We do have the landscape plans included, and we have our landscape architect on Zoom. He's not able to present, but if you have any questions beyond that about landscaping, he can text.
Yeah, they also have.
We'll roll it into a quick question for him,
Sure.
because then I know he has to text and you have to read it.
Right.
So I guess the question to him would be, is there anything that he's, understanding all those limitations, is there any planting that he sees that's potentially checks all the boxes, gets a little taller, or to the right height, where it gives a little bit of screening for the house without it blocking the historic resource, meeting fire, and doing all the things?
The visibility, yeah.
Yeah, is there something there that he thinks could be reasonably integrated in, I guess, would be the.
And there's also you've got two retaining walls, so maybe could there be something on the between those two, or just in some way, I'm assuming, is that like an olive tree or something, the one that is the little tree that's there? Is there a way you could
So maybe let's keep it general, and in terms of just especially because he's texting and we're, but just does he see a path forward with that, or does he see a way of getting what we're talking about, getting some screening in there that meets all the requirements, and then they can come back to us for that, assuming that he can find something that fits the bill.
Yeah, and I just wanted to, what I was trying to add is that I think, can you go back to that previous picture?
Oh, the rendering?
Yeah. That I think even if you couldn't do anything in the area of the retaining wall that's closest to the house and then toward the street, if you can't do anything there, I still think that, and it would be an improvement, because you have very low shrubs, and then you have that one little tree. So even if closer to the house, you were able, the landscape, could add another similar tree like that, it would help to blend between the two extremes. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm sure he's heard, so we'll see what the answer is.
Yeah, he's.
Can we show the plan? And
Yeah, I was saying we could show the plan.
I think there could be an opportunity between the walls.
There's also the visibility triangle.
Yeah, that's what I figured. There's a lot of things that this has to meet design-wise. So if they know our general
This is the irrigation.
thought, then they can kind of work from there.
Did I pass it? Oh, no, I think it was first.
And then maybe we'll continue and we'll come back to it as you guys find it. Let's continue with comments. Who wants to jump in there? Commissioner Lodge?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I like the changes that have been made, that new houses look craftsman now. They didn't all quite fit in that architectural style before, and I think it's fine the way it is. Thank you.
All right, great.
There we go.
Okay.
Additional comment, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
The more I look at that, at the illustration, computer-generated illustration, the more it seems to look like a neighborhood, which is really a good thing. And the only other comment I would make, I disagree with my fellow Commissioner Ensberg, that if you darken that ADU unit, actually it becomes more aggressive as opposed to being recessive in terms of the color separation. So it needs to be actually, maybe even just a lighter version of the main house. Anyway, that's it. I'll not say another word.
So,
Perspective makes it look like it's connected. So maybe you could see it.
all right, so then along this line, I think what the comment would basically be, if 4 works as a tree, I think that's what was being indicated in the rendering, whatever 4 is there, that little note on the corner. Or
So-
maybe I'm wrong on that.
So the landscape architect said he's not able to put a tree between the 2 walls because of the right-of-way. In fact, you can see the line right here. So that's, and then you see we have to be less than 12 inches. And then further back, we can be up to 2 feet max. He has said for a Ceanothus arborescens, does that sound right? He thought 1 or 2, it can be about 6 foot in height and width. It's a native plant, so that's an option.
That'd be great.
Okay,
Great, Commissioner.
we'll include that.
Okay.
Arbutus compacta is another one.
Arbutus compacta, okay.
Okay. Great. All right, or just plant some hedges and let them grow tall. Just kidding. Sorry.
Because they tend to grow.
Cliff Drive, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that.
Oh, wait, I should go back to that.
Okay.
You can go to the plans.
Okay, so then additional comments that commissioners would like to add? Vice Chair?
I'll say that the project is very supportable. I like your response to our comments. And I don't mind the colors of the buildings now. I agree with Commissioner Lodge. They seem to be much more craftsman than they were when we first saw them. So I'm very supportive.
All right. Any other comments that anyone wants to add? All right, I'll throw in, I agree with my fellow commissioners on all these comments. The ones of the question of slight disagreement, I think, yeah, whether darker, lighter, whatever, I do think that the idea of some subtle contrast between the ADU garage and the other will help make it less of a whole, feel like a huge, massive, complex.
Yeah, and this elevation, as you drive in, this is the separation we were talking about, that we were able, so it,
Also,
whatever
the plate
extent.
heights on the ADU are, it's a foot lower than the main house.
Nice.
So it kind of,
Yeah, helps differentiate.
I know in that perspective, it looks like one big house, but there is some separation there.
Well, that's good. I think that as well, it still might be good to try a slight subtle variation in that. But that of course, if we're arguing about color, then I think you're you're on the right track. You're gonna do fine for project design approval. Okay, so everything that I've heard so far, and I agree with it. Everything is looking compatible. We like the way in which all the things have been addressed that we talked about. And so for project design approval, which is being requested, it seems like this is going to make it. So I'll summarize some of the additional comments as you go forward here for coming back for project design approval or final approval. All right, so let me take a shot, and then we'll see if we have a motion, and then we'll come back to the historic report. All right, so first, the commission thanks the applicant team for their continued work with this. It's a wonderful project that they've really developed well. And thank you for listening to all of our comments and addressing them well. And so that's first. Next, for the landscape to, for the next round when you come back, to look at, and I'm going to need the name, Commissioner McClure.
Oh, it's Arbutus compacta.
That one. And then.
Harry Potter
as well as the one mentioned, to look at ways in which to give some screening from the street to the new structure, while still keeping from blocking the historic resource, as well as meeting all the requirements that are needed for the property. For the colors, the new color scheme is very supportable. With the only adjustments being that the trim of the, what lot is that?
Lot 2.
Lot 2, to study with both the trim and the body of the house color. The renderings make it appear to be very strongly contrasting. To study those, and it might be to make them a lot closer or in color or some other version. And that the color swatch that was indicated seems much more approvable than the way in which they're rendered. So, and to come back with the actual color swatches for all your colors for final. Let's see, plants. The piers.
If you were on color, do you want to mention the color of the ADU for?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
That's lot 2?
Lot 3.
Yeah.
So for the ADU for lot 3, the color to study, making it subtly compatible but different from the main house, so as to so that they don't look like one whole large complex. Or
Mr.
one
Chair?
whole large continuous house.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
if I
Commissioner
may, cool colors are recessive. That's what to remember.
And remember that cool colors are recessive. Because Commissioner Drury won't be here to remind us next year.
Write that down.
So,
Also, could we add that we appreciate that they rework this to, separate it and make it a little smaller to
Oh, yes, that's a good
address
point.
the neighbor's concern, and that we really appreciate that you did that.
Yep, okay, great. So the commission is also thanks the applicant for working with the neighbor and also refining the design to address concerns and to be, even though those views are not protected, to actually work with the neighbor and to maximize their views while still achieving the design constraints and design wishes of the owner. So that's a good point. All right. Anything else that I'm missing here? Oh, yes.
The column, the concrete.
Yeah, the columns and the concrete. So then the design for the stone columns, piers, and locating them there is acceptable as designed, as well as the use of concrete for both driveways. And removing the boulder, that's right, yeah. All those are supportable, and the commission appreciates that design work. All right, any other pieces I'm missing? All sound good? All right, we'll look for a motion for project design approval with that.
A motion on B?
Well, you're doing them.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
It's a motion on B, correct?
Yeah.
All right. That the Historic Landmarks Commission grant project design approval as requested with those comments and the following findings. That the commission finds that the project is consistent with our design guidelines, compatible with the architectural character of the city and the neighborhood, that the project is of appropriate size, mass, bulk, height, and scale, and that it is sensitive to the landmark for which it is adjacent to. Public views of the ocean and mountains have been considered and are not an issue, and use of open space and landscaping is appropriate. And that the project exterior alterations, well, they're not actually alterations, they're brand new, are being made primarily for and substantially advance the restoration or enhancement of the historic resource. Not too fast. and that is consistent with the Department of Interior standards.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and with, I couldn't remember if you
I did.
mentioned that the.
With your
Okay,
comments.
great, okay. Okay, motion and a second, under discussion, any further discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll begin with Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes?
Commissioner Dorden,
Abstain.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Vice Chair Uli,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye,
Motion passes. Thank you.
all right, thank you.
I'll make a motion that the Historic Landmarks Commission.
And actually, just before you do, I need to make the announcement, because the.
Oh,
that
the
part's
10-day?
not appealable, yeah.
Go ahead
So
with
this,
your 10-day
Yeah,
deal.
so, and that last motion is appealable to the city council within 10 days.
All right, that the Historic Landmarks Commission accept the revised Phase 2 Historic Structures Site Report prepared by Post Hazeltine as it was submitted.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Under discussion, any further discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll begin with Commissioner Butler,
Yes?
Commissioner Dorden,
Abstain.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Vice Chair Uli,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye,
Motion passes. Thank you.
all right, thank you. Thank you for a great report, yeah.
Happy holidays.
Yeah. Happy holidays. All right, on to the last item of the year, the grand finale. All right, item 5, 518 through 524 North Milpas Street. So listed on the Historic Resources Inventory, constructed in 1925 by Elmer Whitaker
You're gonna have
in the
your
Spanish, yeah. All right, we got last item here. Okay.
Press through.
Yep. By Elmer Whitaker in the Spanish colonial revival style, the project is seeking approval based on state government code provisions under state density bonus law and the city's average unit size density incentive program, and involves a voluntary lot merger of 518 and 524 North Milpas Street and demolition of all existing site improvements, including a car wash, parking lot, and two-story mixed-use building comprised of a nightclub and apartment to allow for construction of a 23-unit, three-story residential apartment complex. The unit mix is comprised of 6 one-bedroom units, 14 two-bedroom units, and 3 three-bedroom townhome units, ranging in size from 491 square feet to 2,152 square feet, with an average unit size of 937 square feet. 2 units in the project would be restricted to very low-income households. The project includes 13 vehicle spaces in a parking garage, 6 covered vehicle spaces in a private garages under the townhome units, and a bicycle storage room with 28 spaces. All right, so no final appealable action will take place at this meeting. Project received project design approval on November 19th, 2025, which is when it was last reviewed. Proposed revisions for in-progress review involve architectural improvements and detailing as requested by HLC, including axonometric and perspective views. And there was a historic structure site report originally accepted in April 10, 2024, and the revised accepted by HLC December 18th, 2024. All right, so welcome with that. And if you can introduce yourselves for the record, we'll go to staff, and then we'll go to the minutes from last time.
Ryan Mills with DMHA, and Ed Devicene, architect with DMHA.
All right, to staff.
Pilar Plummer, associate planner with the city. I don't have any staff comments at this time.
Okay. All right, so let's go to the minutes from last time. It was, let's see, motion for project design approval with the following comments and findings. The Commission thanks the applicant for their continued development of the project as they find it to be a supportable and exceptional design that incorporates and restores the historic building well. 2, drawings and details such as muntins should be consistent with the watercolors rather than the computer renderings. 3, entry arch wall depth to be made thicker. 4, return with 3D views from all sides so building forms and detailing can be reviewed. The Commission appreciates the building is 3 stories instead of 4, and that the roof is stepped back to provide the least amount of interference with public views, but would appreciate additional study on the lower roof, especially where the building is tallest. Okay. 6, incorporate more Milpas poetry, which is now an official phrase, by continuing to refine the design so it has strong tie to the Milpas Street expression of Santa Barbara Spanish style. 7, soften the sidewalk jog around the building along the front entry as much as possible. 8, some commissioners are concerned with the challenges of having residential on the ground floor, Milpas Street rather than commercial. 9, the commission looks forward to an in-progress review. 10, the computer-generated drawings are to match the watercolor design drawings in design and detail. Let's see, project compatibility analysis findings are met as required by the resource historic inventory, exterior alteration findings. So it was motion by Uli, seconded by Drury, 6-1-0. Lenvick opposed. Dordan and McClure were absent. The motion carried. And Commissioner Lenvick opposed the project due to inconsistency with the community urban design guidelines, which suggests that pedestrian-friendly qualities be provided on the first floor. All right, so Commissioner McClure and Commissioner Dordan, did either or both of you watch the video? Great. Okay, so we'll have full participation there. All right, so with that, if you've already introduced yourselves, we'll do the presentation for up to 15 minutes, public comment, and then we'll come back to the commission for questions and comments. So, all right.
Excellent.
So with that, you'll have 15 minutes, especially how you address our comments, and then anything new or changed since last time.
Yeah, well, before we get going, just a point of order, staff. If we could update the project description that we're not demolishing everything on site and make note of the historic frontage. Thank you. No, I don't have any summary, Ryan, other than, well, yeah, we've submitted to the building department, and we have, a lot of just more details to show you today. Yeah, Mr. Chair, fellow commissioners. So the purpose, we wanted to sneak in one last visit this calendar year. So where we're at is we're still developing details, working on more specific design elements. There's a couple moves we made based on the comments, but the primary purpose of today's was to show all the 3D environment, kind of take you around it, like from above, through the environment, through the courtyards a little bit, just so everyone has a full sense, kind of as that's our next chapter before we really hone in on all the details in the background. So you're going to see some of the design elements we're working on, but kind of that for us is the next layer in the first of the years to kind of develop the traditional architectural details. And we've taken a couple street walks down Milpas, so that's something we're still absorbing, talking to folks and developing. So that we're not prepared to talk about today, but that'll be the next time. So today's really just about 3D massing and the overall mass bulk and scale of the project to make sure the commission understands that really well and has any additional or last feedback before we move to that last layer. So let's jump through. So there should be two, not this set, there should be 3D view sheets. It was a different,
separate
it was
PDF?
a different PDF. It wasn't the full, or they combined. I'd like to start there, and then you can see all of our details. Okay, so here we can go. So let's take a quick tour. So starting with the axos, just kind of picked the three bird's eye corners. So looking down from the north part of Milpas, there's our frontage. So the historic building facade on the right and are stepping up. So one thing you'll notice, one of the developments or changes we made was the entry arch. So you can see we made it much deeper, and what drove that, you'll see that in another view, is that bottom left part of that archway is our trash enclosure. So right now we were kind of like keeping it narrow to be in front of it, and now we had to either stay there or commit to kind of engaging the whole thing. So that's what drives the depth there. So it's a good look at that. And then again, you can just appreciate now going down that north elevation, the two gabled ends, how the roof breaks, and then really that's the front part, kind of the apartment buildings. And then you can see clearly when we step back, the townhomes are a much smaller mass and pushed to the center of the site. A good view of like the internal parapeted roof that houses our condensers and solar arrays, and then some of the rooftop trellises and stair towers to the townhouse. Let's go to the next corner. So south side of Milpas, looking up. So kind of going down the south elevation, the little historic Pachinga, and then the stepping back.
Then that first gable and wall to the right is all 0 lot line. And it's hard to tell in this, but kind of like ghosted in is our adjacent neighbor, which is also 0 lot line against us. Stepping back, you can see the next, and you can do the cursor, then the outdoor on the second floor. You can see the outdoor patio space, and then the open courtyard there, and how it's covered around. We'll have a few shots from in that space. And then the south side of those townhomes. We've developed those a little bit. Let's go to the next one. What is the southeast corner? So looking, again, this you can really appreciate kind of the scale of the 3 townhomes compared to the larger apartment buildings in the front. Let's go to the next one. We can come back with questions. Let's see, northeast. So back corner looking at the garage sides, the entry sides of the townhomes, and then kind of the back of the kind of covered fire truck access and driveway through the building. And then let's continue on. Then we get down to eye level, which is a little more interesting. So just vantage point, this is like from across the street. Taking a few shots. Again, still developing details. They're not reflected in this model, just to be clear. So we're working on all that, so they will match. This is really just for massing. So a little close-up view where we will focus on those details, and then from across the street, seeing the whole frontage. And that lower image, if you go down, is another great place to look at the depth of that entry arch. So we're capturing the enclosure, which is as small or as narrow as it can be, with about 1 foot of wall on either side, and we're imagining it to be like large vertical plank panels and doors, whitewashed, to kind of go away. That's how we're thinking about that. Let's go to the next sheet. And then likewise, we just spin around. So both north and south, up and down Milpas. Just touch screen. Easier.
It's a big file, so pressure. And it knows you're the last item.
Yeah, it's gonna drag it on.
It wants pizza.
Reboot.
That's it.
Now to memory.
Ooh.
I don't remember.
Come back next year.
Kicked out.
Can we get a new allocation?
Yep.
Do you mind if I jump in there?
Here's the cash.
Strong advocate for a new laptop.
So yeah, I advocated for paper.
It's on all of our Christmas.
Where's that?
We should go there.
Yeah, nice place.
For that meeting, I have my notes.
You do,
Yeah,
you
I
were.
was here.
You remember the system crash the last time.
Sometimes they know better over the internet.
It's just on YouTube there.
All right, give that a go.
Thank you.
You love it.
Oh. Talk nicely to it.
It has to build.
Oh.
Let the-
Yeah,
let it
it'll-
build, 'cause,
I think we'll get there. Ah, good. Yeah, this will work. Okay, so north on Milpas, looking down, again, you can appreciate the kind of the thickness of that entry arch, front building, and then the space and the stepping behind, and the little pachinko building beyond, and then vice versa. This is a nice view just to kind of appreciate sort of the stepping and how it engages kind of the one-story scale on either side of us, and we feel really good that the arch really performs well to do that. And again, the ghosted neighbor there. And then moving, let's see, counterclockwise, so again on that north side,
looking back at our site wall, the townhomes beyond, and then the two gable ends of the apartments on the north side, and then that utility shed. And no, this is, okay, well, I guess still sort of north Milpas, but a little more of that north elevation side. And then this is back from those, kind of that upper level of our adjacent neighbor, the townhomes or the apartments that sit higher looking down. So from this vantage point on the lowest level, they're kind of looking at our second floor, actually a tiny bit higher. So kind of shows that relationship. And then the townhome side. And then a couple of views. This is what residents will come up the stairs through the main lobby and then exit into the entry court and circulate from here around to all the apartments. And then right to the right is the outdoor communal space. Going just a little closer to that, looking down the corridor, you can see down at the end of this corridor where we step up a half a flight to the last couple apartments. A view from below, and the courtyard isn't up to date yet with the revised landscape. There's going to be a few changes there. Yeah, and then, so that's kind of the general massing, and then we can kind of flip through some of the detailing, how we're going to present when we come back. There'll be kind of two types. So we're kind of working through all 3D detailing, like these main components. So we're working on a kind of a handful of things. So some of the Juliet balconies in both stucco and wrought iron. So we'll show you in 3D and in detail like that. Let's just kind of sift through these. Yeah, typical awnings, and we'll show it in 3-axo and section. Let's keep rolling through. You can probably zoom out. Chimneys, same thing. We'll have a couple different chimney types. Shed roofs, still working on, these aren't all literal details yet, and wherever we have like a scrolled or transitional wall detail, we'll show that and detail it and dimension it. All the balconies, rails, parapets. So these are more in progress, so maybe it's appropriate just to kind of give you a sneak peek and know this is what we'll present in more detail as we go. We will have a handful of, well, we're showing them as faux chimney details throughout the project, but what we'll do is bundle all the plumbing, venting, and pull them up through there. Yeah, a couple, we'll have 3, I think, balcony types and rail types. And so this is one area we're kind of working hard on. It's a little quirky detail. So up in the townhomes, we really were looking to get a covered doorway out. So, and there's a step because it's circulation, we can just get over the height limit, but where we exit and want a covered outdoor space both for the door and the kitchen, we actually have to step it down. So we're really hunkering that down. So right now we just figured let's keep it really simple, this kind of parapeted look in stucco that covers that whole space and rests on one of the patio walls. Trying to figure out what to do with that ladder. We'll come back with that. Paint it white. Vents, so like we show the louvered vents, what we're gonna do, we're still massaging the shape, and then we'll add like a decorative panel in front of the vents that's like the garage venting that's coming through in the courtyard. And typical rooftop trellis for the townhomes. And then all the clay tile roof details kind of throughout, eaves, ridge, valleys, and so on. And keeping the detail pretty traditional. We're pulling from a couple projects. But again, that's to Commissioner Ensberg's kind of request. We're still like trying to decide the last bits of how to detail and then adding color. Is that in the eaves? Is that in the doors and all the wood components? So that's sort of and the awnings. We don't have a bunch of awnings, but that's the last piece we're kind of working through to finish these. So, which you'll see us early in the first quarter. So I think that summarizes it good, Ed, unless there's anything else you want to point out. No. Just wanted to give you an
All
update.
right, great. All right, if that concludes your presentation, we will now go to public comment. So now's the time.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. We do have one speaker slip for public comment, which is Roderick Murray, and you will have 2 minutes to speak, which you can watch on the screen, and you can start now.
I won't look at.
Make sure that microphone's on.
Is it on? Okay. My issue and concern with the project is I'm not trying to get in the way of progress. I seen the progress is important, but however, we've been in that area for quite a long time. Our church is growing, and membership are getting better, and we need parking in that area. The back area of your project, we're back there, where we've been at for years. Some of our older senior membership believe in their heart that it used to be church property. We've been studying and trying to get all our architectural facts together. As you know, we ain't too computer good, but we're trying to get there. So we just wanted to get a little clarity on the fact that we always saw that property at ours. When we look on the old title deed, it looks there, but we don't know when that transition came in. And we want just some clarity on that matter. Let's give us some peace of mind, because that back area is going to be important for the growth of our church. We got dreams too. We want to do and expand. Y'all growing, we want to grow. So we want that opportunity too. And if we can get some clarity on that, when that back lot actually became in effect, so we can have peace of mind and my seniors won't hurt me. Amen. If you know seniors, they lovable people, but you got to realize they've been to that church mostly all their life. And I just need to get some clarity. I just need to get some clarity for them and let them know that this project going to go forth. They need to see, because they played in that lot when they were kids. And to them, that little section, it belongs to the church. If there's any documented clarity you can give us to give us peace of mind, we'll appreciate that. That's why I'm here today.
Okay.
So.
Great. Thank you, Barry.
Thank you. With that, I don't have any more speaker slips for in-person public comment. And we do not have anyone online with us today, and we did not receive any written correspondence for this item, so I'm going to give it back to you.
All right, thank you. All right, to the commission for questions, and maybe we can start off with the question to staff and maybe to the applicant as well, but just in terms of where to go to address title questions and, title and ownership and all those things, what might be a good path considering the public comment.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. So just with respect of the title report and survey, staff did relook at those. They're consistent with our archive records for 524 North Milpas, as well as for the church property at 912 East Coda Street. So they're consistent with what the architect has provided in their plan set. I have been in correspondence with Mr. De Vicente, and he's looking to the deed history. If there was ever a point in time, our records from the city, at least for 524 North Milpas, go back to the 1970s, and then for the church property, we have records from 1954. So if there was a prior sale, it could have been before that, but that conversation's ongoing. At least for the purpose of this hearing, the records are consistent with what's on title.
Okay, great. And then I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that or any notes on it.
Chair Grumbine and fellow commissioners, no, other than we've been diligent with the issue and did more research, as has staff separately, and we arrived at the same conclusion. So we are going to want to connect the ownership group, who's a new group, same family, but different individuals, with Pastor Roderick, and so we can get to consensus and closure on the issue. That's our intent. So.
Okay, great. Awesome, thank you. All right, so, and then to the commission now for any other, for any questions.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Excuse me. Will there still be residential apartments on the ground floor? Okay, I'll have a comment about that when we get to that point.
And actually, just maybe to jump in as we're going, just for the sake of the public as well, for regarding these things, that's great that both from the staff and the applicants, and we will be encouraging, I'm sure, the applicant to work with you all and sort of get to the bottom of all those things, and to follow the paper trail and all that. So we'll be encouraging of that. And that being said, that's totally outside of our purview for actually our decision-making body, but we can encourage it as well. So that's probably where I'm guessing where we'll go with it in terms of a comment. It's just an encouragement of the applicant working with the neighbor of the church, and to help make sure that everyone's understanding what the paper trail really says and with the city. So thank you for your long patience today from the very beginning.
There's cookies and coffee over it.
Yes, for someone that stays all day with us, you get to have cookies and coffee too. All right.
I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Lenvik.
Would you go to your sheet C 3.1?
Maybe not.
Ooh, oh yeah, okay.
So I look at that, and I'm assuming that the dashed lines, go back down, the dashed lines that are, we'll call it north and east of your corner property there, those dashed lines represent what? Asphalt paving, do you think? Edge of a driveway?
Can you
a
hover over
building?
it just so we're not understanding what we're talking about?
Well, you go to the northeast corner of your property. No, that's not northeast. That is right there, would be northeast corner. So you see the dashed lines adjoining your north and your east property line? The dashed lines are, yeah, on the adjoining property. So do you see that as being edge of pavement? Or is there a building there, or what is that?
Certainly, Commissioner Lenvik, through the chair. I believe it is the asphalt of the neighboring property is what it is. And our site wall is inboard of the property line on that north and east edge.
So the adjoining property owner, the church, feels that there is something beyond that edge of pavement that they have historically used. Is that what you hear?
That's what we're hearing, correct.
Okay, good. That's the only question I had.
Okay. Other questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Butler.
Knowing this is just a refresh, which is great, thank you for that. I just had a couple of design things that I noticed that you may have planned to address, but I'll bring them up. Could we look at the front view elevation? And what I'm just questioning about is the spacing of some of the windows, the sizing of some of the columns between the floors. And again, I recognize this is a work in progress. So you notice, that's a good one. So on the second floor, center post versus the third floor, center post, see the distinctions between the two. I'm just calling that out. Okay, and the similar.
Well, I guess that's a question.
Are you going to fix that? Yeah, thank you.
Yes. So this model isn't quite caught up yet.
Okay.
So, but it will be, if we have the renderings, it was intentional to be lighter on the loggia on the top floor. So we were going from, on the second floor, a coupled pair of openings to then one long continuous, a little lighter, a little more open. Yeah, this is not, it still needs to be massaged. The columns, obviously, well, they are centered, or it looks close, but so we're kind of working on that.
And then
Just so I'm understanding, because I think I understand where you're going design-wise, it is intended to be
Yeah.
to be more solid down low.
Correct.
And then you're also still trying to get alignment of your
Yep.
structural,
Yes.
visually structural
Yes.
members. Okay.
Yeah.
So the question is, you did that on purpose?
Yes.
As answers
And
yes.
then I had 3B, I think maybe a similar, another question about placement of some of the windows just didn't seem quite centered. Okay, I'll pass on that. That's all. I'll stop there.
Okay.
Okay. Other questions?
I have a question. Do I read that your awnings are, the flaunce or the bottom portion of the awning, is that the head height of the window or door?
We have the section, that's the intent. Let's see if the detail got there yet. I know that
the
one
other-
might be, we can peek at it really quick, just to.
The other question is more talk. What do you think with this design that you have brought back to us? How have you responded to the suggestion that you come up with a milpas, quote unquote, a milpas
Poetry.
Spanish colonial revival or whatever? Yeah.
It's coming.
What have you
Commissioner.
done that indicates that?
Commissioner Lenvick.
I don't. That's why I'm asking
So-
it. That's the question.
Good question, Commissioner Lenvick. At the beginning, what we said, the purpose of this visit was to show the massing, to
Okay.
tour you,
Good.
and that is still in the works. So that is absolutely something we're spending time on and discussing, and
Yeah.
it feels like
Good.
something we need to be thoughtful and get right.
Yep.
And we weren't ready to show it that
Okay,
yet.
that's fine.
Yeah,
It's they're getting it for Christmas from Santa.
yeah.
All right.
I have a
Other-
question.
Commissioner Ensberg.
What is the trellises that are up on the roof there? What is the height of those trellises off of the deck?
The townhomes.
Yeah, the townhome roof decks trellises. How tall are those?
There it is, was it 8, so the bottom of 8.4 to the bottom of the beam. And so we don't have a full dimension yet, so yeah, probably 9 feet clear under there.
Okay.
And we kept that as low as we thought we could.
And then
this-
what's the spacing between the members, the trellis members?
Let's see, I have not set that yet. I don't know if it's detailed. Not set, yeah. I think it's less right now, so that's
What
not.
would you guess they are approximately?
Perfect.
On center or space?
Yeah, probably that's about a foot on center.
Okay. Okay, that was my question. Oh, no, I did have one other question. The elevation that we were looking at just a minute ago that Commissioner Lenvick was talking about, it's the north elevation that shows that garage door. That one. What is that garage door?
That'll be a roll-up metal door. Doing these projects, I mean, in the past few we've done, we keep looking for custom, large, opaque panel doors that you can anodize or paint or something, and we've not been able to execute on that. So for speed and the number of trips in a project like this, right now, it's just sort of this traditional ones that'll roll up quickly and be.
So
on
That's
far.
back quite a ways, right?
Yeah, it's in the back.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Other questions? Anyone want to ask the last question of the year? All right. Let's go into comments. Commissioner Jordan.
I have a couple of comments. First of all, I was here November the 19th, because in prep for this, I looked up my notes, which were on the original agenda, so I've seen this. Second comment is in regards to encouraging the investigation of titles, and you guys know this, it's to your very best interest to have that absolutely clear. So I'm confident that the designers, as well as the church, want a clarity on this. I'm very confident of that. My last set of comments, the 3D massing drawings that you showed us, I thought were very helpful in understanding what's going on. On the issue of Milpas poetry, my comment is, I don't like the word poetry. Character has a long tradition as a word concept in architectural criticism. And I think what you're being asked to do is think about the character of Milpas. When you come back with that, I think that's going to be best conveyed in terms of watercolors or some other kind of sketch, rather than the modeling software that we saw on this, because this stuff just doesn't capture the character of a design. That's my comment.
Okay. Commissioner Lenvick?
Yeah, my comment to what Mr. Jordan was saying is that I think that the Milpas character is probably less ornate and fussy than the downtown Santa Barbara character. And so you maybe have got to pare back some things. No capitals on columns or, whatever. Got to pare it back. And this is what Milpas is. It's simpler, less ornate. And I think that may be where you'd go with it.
Blue collar, Spanish color revival?
Whatever, whatever. There was a period where it was doing that, yeah. And we shouldn't, we should accept that and embrace it.
Shouldn't force it to be gussied up.
Yeah, yeah, and right now you're back downtown Santa Barbara, and it looks beautiful,
Okay.
I have a couple other comments.
Okay, keep going.
Okay. Your awnings, in my opinion, are too high. The awnings got to drop down. Where the awning attaches to the wall should be maybe not more than 6 or 8 inches above the head of the window. And the awnings come down to shade the window. What you've done is you've accommodated a drawing here by not concealing any of the window, and the awning is above it. But the awnings really, you've got to come down and settle down and provide a real shade kind of thing. Go back and look at your building from the north on Milpas. The perspective, yeah. The little sculpted wall that comes off the entry arch.
Buttress?
Yeah, that is really too thin. That sculpted wall has got to be at least 16, 18 inches in itself. It's got to be a piece of meat. That's all I have. I'm going home.
Mr. Chair,
All right, Commissioner Drury.
so you're going to have residential ground level along Milpas Street, right? And there's no lintel, this is a question that I should have asked in the first place, but there's no stair steps up to a front door? That would,
Currently, it's an accessibility issue.
if you have steps, then OSHA steps in?
And when you ramp it.
Well, I'm just suggesting that kind of separation from the street level to even 2 steps to a landing, even if it's a slanted access, would separate the domestic from the business. Does that make sense? Am I getting?
Basically, you would
my
like.
last statement on
Your comment is
doesn't make sense.
you would like, even if considering that there's residential on the ground floor, it would be nice if the residential was at least elevated a little bit.
That's what I'm trying
in
to
some way,
say.
shape, or
Thank you.
form.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Mr.
whether
Chair.
it's steps, ramp, whatever, it'd be nice if the residential wasn't just on the exact
Right,
level of the
exactly.
sidewalk.
That's what I'm
or
thinking. One
right
step
there.
or 2 steps.
So, and then I guess turning that into a question is, do you see any way of doing that as the first part even possible? And then it can, and if not, why?
Well, assume if you don't have access to the street, that's a big deal, no big deal. And the patio is simply not higher.
It's still an access issue.
Chair Grumbine and Commissioner Drury, I'm just pulling up the plans to see what we have as finished floors there. There is a distinction between the 2 units. I believe the street, the back of the sidewalk is like 19 and a half. So we're about 6 inches higher on the first 1-bedroom. And the 2-bedroom is about 21 feet. So it does go up. Goes up about a foot more, correct. And the frontage we're keeping is at 2136 is the existing finished floor. So yes, the site slopes from the south to the north downward slightly.
So I guess my one question is, it's looking at not seeing the connection between them, because I know you're keeping them separate. well, what's the ceiling height of those units? What are the ceiling heights of those 3 units or whatever they are? Because one question I would have is, could you go up another 6 inches on the of just those ones, and then somehow get it to work, assuming you can get entrance to work. But that would allow them to be a little taller. If it was 10 foot, say, then it would be 9.6, which might not be, could be fine. There might be some play there that you can actually boost that up a little bit, potentially.
That's exactly what I was trying to say.
Yeah, that's what
Thank
So
you.
it's an we do have the volume, it's an accessibility issue, so we could inch up and ramp up, but there's no stepping up. That's not on the table.
But it's potential to still be, at least potential, because it might not work out math-wise, but it has a potential to get their entrance to ramp up so that in the actual living conditions do feel a little taller and above and removed.
It doesn't look like you have the space to do it.
We have,
Your entry into those units is only from the front.
correct, those two.
So you only have that run to do it.
Parking space in the garage, you gotta walk all the way around to get it.
Okay.
What about, I mean, they do have that wall there, so
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
giving separation. Is it, pardon?
Yes, we are.
What?
Just kidding. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Ansberg.
So that helps give this separation, and is it possible that you could have some kind of a wrought iron element on top of the wall just to give a little bit more or something, just to, I mean, I don't think you're going to make it with the step. I get that, but
Right.
maybe that's a possibility of just trying to create more separation between the
Sure.
public.
Yeah, we can look at that. Yeah, I mean, and we agree, like,
Yeah.
that frontage should be higher. So we're limited from the right-of-way, and we have about 8 feet, but you'll need the landing, so there's a couple feet to get us as high as we possibly can. But the wall is a good consideration, more like Meridian Studios, we have some amount of wall and maybe a little more height and grow something, so there's more screening. But yeah.
That's just a suggestion.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point.
Should I
Chair
just- should I just-
Grumbine, in full disclosure, the original concept, we had more room and had just that. But when the Transportation Department required full pedestrian master plan adherence and the dedication, we lost 4 feet. We lost our ability to do some of the ramping where we had some of that height prior.
Okay.
No, I think
Well,
Should I
yeah,
just finish?
sure.
I think it's great. Thank you for bringing this and for, this overview like this. I just think it's really, really beautiful, and you've done a really good job of really studying everything, and I think it's excellent, and you know what I'm looking for. So, yeah, and I do agree with what others have said. It's not, one of the things right now, and I think Commissioner Lenvik said, it does feel like EPV, kind of. So that's the thing. I think it just needs some simplification and more, and color, is kind of the easiest way to get it, and maybe through like different colored awnings and, multiple colors and possibly, or, the door colors or something. But one of the other things I just wanted to say I really like about it, I love these wood railings that you have, and it reminds me a lot of the El Paseo. When you're in the courtyard, when you're in the El Paseo restaurant and those wooden railings go around, and many other examples around town. I just like how simple they are and, kind of modest. They're not wrought iron and fancy. They're just this really, nice. So, yeah, good job. So thank you. I look forward to seeing what Milpa's character you're going to bring to show us.
All right,
Thank you.
Commissioner McClure?
Yeah, I just agree. It's just, it's fantastically complicated, and it's beautiful, and it's just a tribute to, there's a ton of stuff there. It's very nicely done.
Commissioner Lodge?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I suggest that you look at the building that you're retaining that's there, because that's a little bit more simple than the rest of what you've come up with. And I agree that, Milpas is its own thing, or it should be. If I'd had my way, it would have been included in the high priority overlays, because I knew it was going to change the character of the street, and I liked it the way it is. So Thank you.
All right, any other comments? All right, well, take a shot at summarizing. I don't have any, aside from our discussions here, I don't have anything more to add. So first, we want to thank you and the owners for continuing to develop this and also for coming in as an in progress. It's very helpful, and especially with the three-dimensional stuff, I think it helped answer a lot of our questions and just trying to wrap our heads around the many layers that this has and how complex it is. So I want to thank you for that, for the in-progress review. We want to also encourage the owners and team to continue to work with the neighbor as well to really make sure they understand and work through all of the history of and understand the history and ownership and title of the parcel, and also noting that those are things outside of our purview, but that we're strongly encouraging of. And then the, let's see, additional notes on, we appreciate the 3D massing and showing the 3D renderings. It is very helpful for seeing the progress and understanding it, as well as look forward to the continued development of the details, especially with the as the Milpas poetic character gets developed. And so, we look forward to that development. Another comment was on the awnings, to steadily lowering them to an appropriate level so that they can give optimal shade while also the view out. The another note was to study the front wall, and with the recommendation of looking at integrating wrought iron or some other feature that allows for both the feeling of safety as well as privacy. And then, I think that they answered well enough the question of why the floor isn't raised more than it is. So we'll just we'll suck it up for to transportation and or mark it up.
Choice.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Any other comments?
Just, was there any landscape to be
Yeah, that's a good
had?
question. Was there any landscape changes?
Yeah.
Okay. The buttress. So to thicken, for the entry arch, to thicken the buttress wall to at least 16 to 18 inches minimum. Commissioner
Will the
Ensberg?
trash still work if they do that?
Is he just talking about the very, very front little
Okay,
little
right.
swoop?
Okay, I was just going to say, I forgot to mention this, but about the roof trellis. I mean, if you can study that, I mean, it's just adding more height to the building, and so if there's really another way of thinking about it, or are they really necessary, or can they be lower, just in terms of, kind of trying to keep the height down, even though that is in the back, but it does affect the people behind and next door. So
Okay.
Yep.
So to study roof trellis, including lowering it and making it less strong of an architectural feature.
When you look at it without them, for example, it really is quite
it does
different,
feel-
so.
Yeah, and also opening up the members can be helpful in that. All right. Any other comments before we send this on our way? And does someone want to make a motion?
I'll move for an indefinite continuance with those comments.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Drury as his final.
Final statement.
Come back for review in progress again?
Well, if they have enough and they want to take a shot at coming back for final and have a bunch of details, they can. So if they're, otherwise they can come
We'll
back
leave it to
in
them.
progress. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Just keep swinging until the tree falls. All right. Unless it's an Italian stone pine, don't do that.
Yeah.
I'll second that.
All right. No,
Somebody
Commissioner
argued
Drury argued it, and I think it's most fitting that this is the last motion of the year, and Commissioner Drury finishes it off. All right. Any other discussion? All right. Roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll begin with Commissioner Drury.
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik.
Yes.
Commissioner McClure.
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Butler.
Yes.
Commissioner Dorden.
Yes.
Vice Chair Uli.
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, everything.
Are we out of here?
And we are officially adjourned.